never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty of all 16 counts that he faced in a federal corruption trial. Menendez was accused of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for using his political influence to benefit foreign governments. After sentencing, the Democratic senator maintained his innocence and has so far resisted calls from within his own party to resign. FSN's Mitch McCann reports from New York.
During the 9-week trial, prosecutors said that Bob Menendez and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. They said that they were payments for the couple's participation in various bribery schemes involving 3 businessmen. In exchange for the cash and gifts, they said that Menendez helped steer billions of dollars in aid to Egypt and sought to interfere in criminal investigations involving 2 of the other businessmen involved, among other allegations. When prosecutors raided the Menendez home in 2022, they found more than a dozen gold bars, $500,000 in cash, and a Mercedes-Benz car. Menendez lawyers claim there was no evidence that the cash or gold bars were bribes as opposed to being gifts. The 70-year-old, who is running for re-election to the Senate, could be jailed for the rest of his life at his sentencing in late October. Mitch McCann, New York.
US President Joe Biden is back on the campaign trail for the first time since the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Biden is in Las Vegas this Tuesday, reaching out to black groups and touting his economic policies. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
President Biden is striking a temperate defiance as he returns to campaigning mode. Days ago, he was at risk of being ousted at the top of the ticket. Yet with the focus back on Donald Trump following the weekend's shooting, Joe Biden remains the Democrat Party's candidate. Behind in the polls, he's on the offensive again, condemning the Republican nominee, now the victim of an attempted assassination, for reveling in and inciting political violence against others, and for posing, in Biden's eyes, a, quote, threat to democracy.
Meanwhile, the second day of the Republican convention in Milwaukee is focusing on the issues of immigration and crime. It comes after Donald Trump announced his vice presidential pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. FSN Simon Marks reports from Milwaukee on Vance and Trump's economic stance.
J.D. Vance is a firm supporter of tariffs, so he is entirely aligned with Donald Trump's policy of retaining very sizable tariffs on many Chinese goods coming into the United States. He and Donald Trump argue that is how you can defend the American worker. And in that sense, they are also expressing similar policies to those espoused by Donald Trump's rival this November, President Joe Biden.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has won the country's presidential election, winning 99% of the vote. The head of the country's electoral commission declared Kagame the winner after counting was nearing an end. FSN's Chris Ochmaringa has more from Kinshasa.
The partial results announced by Rwanda's Electoral Commission show incumbent President Paul Kagame with a clear lead. The 66-year-old leader received more than 7 million votes, which equates to 99% of the votes cast. His closest challenger, Frank Habineza, garnered over 38,000 votes, while the other candidate, Philip Mpayimana, got 22,700 votes. President Kagame ran against them in the country's last elections in 2017 and won by a similar margin. He thanked Rwandans for their trust in an address at his party headquarters in Kigali. The results will extend President Kagame's 24-year rule by another 5 years. His critics accuse him of stifling dissent and sponsoring rebels to destabilize neighboring countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Business and the world's largest online retailer, Amazon, is hoping to get a boost from Prime Day in the United States. It slashed its prices to entice buyers, but as FSN's Tony Waterman explains, other major retailers are doing the same.
It may be branded as Prime Day, but the sales run for 48 hours. And if you're looking for an air fryer, a new set of headphones, or a TV, you can get some pretty steep discounts. And not just on Amazon. Other large retailers, including Walmart, Best Buy, and Target, are dropping some big deals of their own as they try to cash in on the summer sale. And for good reason. Last year, Amazon sold more than 375 million items during Prime Day, totaling nearly $13 billion in sales. Tony Waterman, Texas.
There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty then, looks like it is showtime. Here we go. Look at there, another day just like that, flying by. It's already midweek, is that correct? Hey, Mike. Here comes Hump Day as we'll turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, make our way into the 17th day of July. All righty, trust your week's going well. What do we see? A little bit of action out there, not nearly as much as we were looking at 24 hours ago. It turns out, when we kicked things off last night, 24 hours ago, I was alluding to the potential for a derecho, strong straight-line winds covering hundreds of miles. And according to the National Weather Service, when all was said and done, it officially met that criteria. They were dealing with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in some areas, parts of the Midwest, Chicago, I believe, as well. Incredible. Hey, but we kicked things off here, a new day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a partly cloudy night outside the secret bunker. Another summer-like night. It's 75 degrees after the midnight hour. It looks like the heat is beginning to wane a bit in parts of the country, not seeing nearly as many heat advisories in the south-central states. Looks like the heat continues for eastern Texas, portions of Louisiana, southern Arkansas, much of Mississippi, and still have those heat advisories all up the eastern seaboard, from eastern South Carolina all the way up into southern Maine. Looks like another hot day maybe on tap for parts of southeastern Pennsylvania, much of New Jersey, as we roll into a new day. But let's take a quick review of where we were at 24 hours ago. Intense thunderstorms packing gusts over 100 miles per hour. Blasted across the Midwest, starting Monday afternoon, continuing through the overnight hours. An extreme weather event known as a derecho. At least one person lost their life in the storms when a tree fell on a home in Cedar Lake, Indiana, about 35 miles southeast of Chicago. According to the Associated Press, northern Illinois was indeed the hardest hit area, accounting for nearly 75% of the 340,000 power outages across the Midwest Tuesday morning. In the wake of those storms, Camp Grove, Illinois clocked a 105-mile-an-hour wind gust as those storms blitzed the region. Those would be wind speeds commonly found in the core of a Category 2 hurricane. As the storms approached Chicago, tornado warnings were issued for the areas in and around the city. We're talking an area encompassing 2.5 million people. A tornado was reported in Norridge, just miles away from Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. As the storms raced toward the city, flights were temporarily grounded. Winds at the airport gusted to 75 miles per hour. O'Hare International posted a message on X a little before 9:30 Central Time Tuesday night that severe weather was imminent. That would have been Monday night into Tuesday morning. Follow the instructions of the airport personnel. Now, how scary would it be? Some passengers who had already boarded planes said they were stuck on the tarmac as the storms rolled in, been sitting in the plane at the gate through all of this, including when everybody's phones started going off saying, "Take cover now." Why were we not deboarded, said one. Chicago Department of Aviation issued a statement Tuesday saying minor damage was found at some facilities at O'Hare. No injuries reported at the airport. But according to FlightAware, 780 flights were delayed. Another 132 were canceled this past day. Now, forecasters had called for a moderate risk of severe weather in the Northeast and a high risk for severe weather in the Midwest. They had forecast that Monday afternoon into Monday night, and just as predicted, the wind, hail, tornado reports across the region aligned with those predictions. Worst damage reports in and around what was labeled the high-risk area. But the criteria derecho, a long-lived complex of thunderstorms producing widespread wind gusts in excess of 58 miles per hour over an area at least 400 miles long. Midwest, that's one of the areas of the U.S. where these sort of events, derechos, occur more frequently, although they can occur in other parts of the country as well. But there you have it. Some of the storms, as they continued to drop south and southeast, things kind of fizzled out before they got into our region this past morning. But the strong storms continued to rage into southern Indiana and southern Illinois, bringing torrential rainfall, torrential rain, and what they cited as an impending dam failure had prompted evacuation orders amid flooding in southern Illinois. Flood warning was declared by the National Weather Service at 12:37 p.m., lasting to 2:45 p.m. this past day for Clinton County and Washington County. At 12:37 this past afternoon, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms had produced heavy rain across the area. 2 to 6 inches had fallen, and there were anticipated another 1 to 3 in that area. Flash flooding was ongoing. Major roadways experienced flooding in Washington and Jefferson counties there in southern Illinois. Approximately 3 hours before that warning was issued, I-64 in southern Illinois was experiencing flooding, making mandatory evacuations tricky. How do you get out? According to the Illinois DOT, all lanes of 64 were closed at one point between the 52 and 61 mile markers. About 11:45 a.m., the Washington County, Illinois Emergency Management Agency reported a secondary failure of the Nashville, Illinois dam, prompting more evacuations. It was an evolving situation. People were being cautioned, check the road conditions before entering that area in southern Illinois this past day. So we progress, and as that cold front that prompted those warnings, those storms, high winds and torrential rains, these storms will continue into Wednesday and beyond for some. We could be talking additional regional power outages, major travel delays as these storms approach and pass through some of our major metropolitan areas. Yeah, severe storms in recent days, packing quite a wallop in the Midwest and the interior Northeast. Forecasters believe the complex indeed met that National Weather Service definition of a derecho. Now, the front is now pushing into the zone of very hot, very humid air. It's not going to take much to produce some heavy, gusty thunderstorms. Toronto received several hours of heavy rain. Some city streets look like rivers, with multiple vehicles becoming swamped on Tuesday morning. Another heavy rain spot was in east central Missouri, west central Illinois. Wednesday's severe weather threat for our new day is forecast to extend from New Brunswick southward all the way to the Carolinas and northern Georgia, then westward to eastern portions of Kansas, Oklahoma. That's a broad area where severe thunderstorms are anticipated. There is a moderate risk of severe weather that will be centered along Interstate 95 from southern Maine to northern Virginia, as well as areas further west in Virginia. A moderate risk means that numerous severe thunderstorms are likely to occur, similar to Tuesday. The main threats will stem from powerful wind gusts, lots of lightning, and torrential downpours hindering your travel out there. The forecast for wind gust for the upcoming day for Wednesday's storms, 75 miles per hour. As we look ahead Thursday, the overall intensity of severe weather may be somewhat reduced to a more sporadic nature. However, there will be at least some risk of locally damaging storms with high winds and torrential downpours, not only on the Carolinas, but also much of Georgia and central and southern Virginia. Looks like some locally heavy gusty storms may extend westward to parts of the lower Mississippi Valley as well on Thursday. As those storms settle over the southeast states from Thursday into the weekend, where that cold front is forecast to stall out, incidents of flash flooding are likely to increase as some beneficial rain in drought areas becomes a bit more problematic. A general 1 to 3 inches of rain likely to fall late this week into early next week. But where those downpours persist, We could be talking areas reaching or exceeding 6-inch rainfall totals. Even in a pattern where downpours become the major problem for outdoor plans, some of these storms may pulse enough during the afternoon and early evening to trigger some locally damaging wind gusts there in the southeastern states. So as far as things are looking tonight, we had some strong storms in the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region over the past several hours. Those have dropped off in intensity a bit. We still have some stronger storms moving into north-central Oklahoma at this hour. Some of the storms along the eastern seaboard still prompting severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of Delaware and New Jersey tonight. Now, it looks like most of those stronger storms should be pushing off the eastern seaboard here in fairly short order. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful line. It was very kind of localized there. You may find a spotty shower out there. I'm looking at a few showers in parts of Kentucky, a little cluster there south of Louisville, another cluster of some torrential downpours back into northwestern portions of Kentucky there. Got some shower activity in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, the heaviest rain in a zone between Fayetteville and Jonesboro, Arkansas. Probably a lot of lightning in the mix with that particular cluster as well. So welcome into a Wednesday. Hello, Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. It's garbage night. Those with a CDL bring us our stuff, and those with a CDL haul it away. Thank you to the drivers out there. Currently, Rochester International, cloud 73 degrees. Happy hump day, all you hard-working Americans. Thank you, Hotshot Secret, Mr. Summers, and the Overnight Drive for a smooth ride toward the weekend. Everybody watch out for the other driver out there. Stay safe. Hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Good morning. Hello, drivers. Keep on humping. Trump 2024. Kevin is on board. Good morning to the overnight crew. Hello, Marianne in the house. Hello, Steve. The family, overnight family, forgot to read the warning label on knives. Do not cut yourself. I did that by accident. I'm okay. Nothing serious, but all right. Hello to Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for everything you all do. Thank you, Steve, for your amazing service to all of us with the program. There's young Colton on board here at this late night hour. I can't fall asleep. We'll see if we can talk you to sleep there, Colton. How's that sound? Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning to the overnight crew. Jason, 83 degrees in South Hill, Virginia. Sitting on the hill reading the mail. Very good. Miss Millie, good morning, Steve. The overnight crew, 65 degrees here in my area of northeast Kentucky. Wishing my oldest truck driving son a happy 57th birthday. He goes by John Henry. Happy birthday, John. He listens into the program often. Everybody stay safe, have a great week, and be blessed. All right, 57. Happy birthday, John. Glenn, good morning, everybody. Plenty of rain in the Sunshine State as of late. It's a perfect 78 degrees and clear tonight. I'll be trucking up to Atlanta, listening to the program. Everybody stay safe and make America great again.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Eskimo Mom. Getting that week started. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, or Monday, or whatever day it is. Back in the saddle again after a little staycation. Looks like we got a 3-stop that finals out in Lexington to start my night. Got an update on 5-7. I'll call it a bit later and fill you in. Clouding up a little bit of lightning off in the distance, 76 degrees in Welton, Kentucky. So you're seeing some of that lightning from those storms I mentioned down. I had some south of Louisville, then back over into western Kentucky. There you go. Hello to Chris. God bless the USA and the Overnight Drive crew. That's Hillbilly. All right, good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's a moonlit night in Ironton, Virginia, 75 degrees. Had some pretty strong storms pass through Stanton, Virginia earlier. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Good afternoon. Larry's on board. Hammer down. Be safe. 75 degrees at the New York, Connecticut state line as we head to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. All right, there's Dirty Harry. Good evening, Steve and the family. I'm so sorry, but I'm indulging in some adult beverages. Jack Daniels, due to the fact that I'm celebrating. I'm so happy I was born. Yes, it's Dirty Harry's birthday. Happy birthday. Congratulations. Another year in the books. All right, good to have you on board. Double truckers, 76 degrees, a little muggy in Lodi tonight, but otherwise dry conditions. Trucking back to western New York. Roy said we got some nice weather behind that front. Don't need the AC, just maybe a fan tonight. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. Well, speaking of the city of brotherly love, Philly Dan, time and time again, your beloved town finds it in the headlines. The latest cargo theft in the city of brotherly love saw thieves make off with 400 cases of beef. Where's the beef? According to Philadelphia police, the thieves broke into the back of a parked refrigerated tractor trailer, stealing 12 pallets of meat before making their escape. This was about 5 a.m. this past morning, Tuesday morning, on 63rd Street near Eastwick Avenue in the southwest side. The driver was unaware of the crime in progress, told police he opened the trailer to discover the theft. No injuries reported. This is similar to a string of cargo theft incidents that have happened on the city's northeast side. However, officials have not said if there's any connection between those and this latest heist. Philadelphia is not alone when it comes to having to deal with cargo thieves. Police in Chicago are actually looking into a trio of incidents. This past week, police issued an alert to businesses residing and parking semi-trucks in the 9th District. Due to a string of recent thefts, the 3 incidents occurred between 2 and 5 a.m. Last Thursday. In these incidents, unknown offenders arrive in multiple vehicles, gain entry to the rear of the semi-truck trailers, removing the contents. According to police in their alert, they've offered some tips for carriers to avoid becoming the next victim. Be aware of your surroundings, okay? Park your vehicle in well-lit areas. Report suspicious activity immediately. Keep your doors and windows secured. Immediately repair any broken windows, doors, or locks. If video surveillance is available, please save and make a copy of the incident for the investigating detectives. If you are a victim, do not touch anything and call police immediately. If approached by a witness to the incident, ask for contact information. Recent data shows that cargo theft activity, while still occurring at a higher rate than last year, has actually slowed a little from the record-setting pace that we saw in the first quarter of this year. The themes are out there. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Sergeant MacGyver out of the box. It looks like Hillbilly will be checking in. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Welcome into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. U.S. Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty of all 16 counts that he faced in a federal corruption trial. Menendez was accused of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for using his political influence to benefit foreign governments. After sentencing, the Democratic senator maintained his innocence and has so far resisted calls from within his own party to resign. FSN's Mitch McCann reports from New York.
During the 9-week trial, prosecutors said that Bob Menendez and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. They said that they were payments for the couple's participation in various bribery schemes involving 3 businessmen. In exchange for the cash and gifts, they said that Menendez helped steer billions of dollars in aid to Egypt and sought to interfere in criminal investigations involving 2 of the other businessmen involved, among other allegations. When prosecutors raided the Menendez home in 2022, they found more than a dozen gold bars, $500,000 in cash, and a Mercedes-Benz car. Menendez lawyers claim there was no evidence that the cash or gold bars were bribes as opposed to being gifts. The 70-year-old, who is running for re-election to the Senate, could be jailed for the rest of his life at his sentencing in late October. Mitch McCann, New York.
US President Joe Biden is back on the campaign trail for the first time since the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Biden is in Las Vegas this Tuesday, reaching out to black groups and touting his economic policies. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
President Biden is striking a temperate defiance as he returns to campaigning mode. Days ago, he was at risk of being ousted at the top of the ticket. Yet with the focus back on Donald Trump following the weekend's shooting, Joe Biden remains the Democrat Party's candidate. Behind in the polls, he's on the offensive again, condemning the Republican nominee, now the victim of an attempted assassination, for reveling in and inciting political violence against others, and for posing, in Biden's eyes, a, quote, threat to democracy.
Meanwhile, the second day of the Republican convention in Milwaukee is focusing on the issues of immigration and crime. It comes after Donald Trump announced his vice presidential pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. FSN Simon Marks reports from Milwaukee on Vance and Trump's economic stance.
J.D. Vance is a firm supporter of tariffs, so he is entirely aligned with Donald Trump's policy of retaining very sizable tariffs on many Chinese goods coming into the United States. He and Donald Trump argue that is how you can defend the American worker. And in that sense, they are also expressing similar policies to those espoused by Donald Trump's rival this November, President Joe Biden.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, back at it here. Let's see. Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy birthday to Dirty Harry. Kentucky Ken, good morning, overnight drive crew, and Steve Summers. Hopefully you and everybody has a great, safe night. Kentucky Ken is on board. Good to have you with us. Promised we'd get to the calls here, so let's do that at 844-844-3388. Morning, Sergeant MacGyver.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
I'm doing well. Hump day already. What's going on out there?
Yes, sir. I was very fortunate in the military. Of course, I was very gung-ho, and I don't make it a habit of revealing myself to many people and boring people with my resume, but I did work with the Secret Service myself personally. And I want to share some things about that and things that I'm seeing, not seeing. But before I do that, I owed you an answer. You teed me up Friday, and I lost cell, and I didn't get back to you. It was back about Sundance, our hero, what I agreed with him about. And real quickly, I just agree that if all the truck drivers logged everything on duty that they should be, that it would further devastate the productivity. And I think in the end would have the same effect that the ELDs did, and that was a 15% loss of productivity, maybe more, which at the time drove the rates up. So I just wanted to defend myself. I'm not much on his inability.
Okay.
Sundance. I'm not much on his inability to let things go he can't influence, but he does make a valid point. So I will give him that. I agree with him on that point. So sorry about starting your morning off with the wrong foot, but let me move on to the Secret Service. The Secret Service, they have a distinct issue in that they are sworn to secrecy on many things. And while in the military, I got to work with them and guarding a vice president. And although I can't, I'm sworn to secrecy in a lot of things I know, what I can say is that this director of the Secret Service is incompetent. She is a DEI hire.
Mm-hmm.
And to sit there and say in an interview today or yesterday that they didn't have a sniper on that roof because of the slant of the roof, that's just a bunch of BS. That is just not true. I have seen what the Secret Service will do to secure perimeters, and to this day, I don't know what happened other than there was complacency. The leaders set the tone, and there was a perceived low to no threat to Donald Trump at the time. That coupled with this young man who I think, in my opinion, is a better shot than people thought he was or say he was, but also he was a sleeper. He was a true sleeper. And by that I mean that apparently they're not finding much at all on his social media, much less publicly, because they're even saying, they're reporting that there's just not much known more about his motive. So it's kind of hard to say. Registered Republican, donated a lot of money to a Democratic organization, and then he does this to Donald Trump. But I will say, though, that, and it's a lot of common sense when you are protecting someone, you don't put 5'4" women around a gentleman that's 6'3", 6'4" with shoes on, and that just doesn't make for a good scene. The QRF, Quick Reactionary Force, wasn't so quick, wasn't as big. There they are trying to take him off a stage on a regular set of steps. That's ridiculous. It should have been at least a 4-foot ramp. Why the escape vehicle was impeded at all. The actions of the agents, and I'm not trying to pick on females because I think they would be great guarding Hillary, but not for Donald Trump. But there was just a lot of failures, and for this building, this warehouse, to have been a staging area for the state police and housing some of the Secret Service, I think it's just utter nonsense that a young man could throw a ladder up against the wall, climb up the ladder, and go scurrying across a slanted roof and take a couple of shots at somebody that pursued him, allegedly, but definitely took shots at President Trump. So, anyway, this stinks really bad. I blame the liberal legacy media for their labeling of Donald Trump. You know, they compare him to Hitler and stuff like that. Good old Joe Scarborough, the former Republican. Just a whole lot of hate. And yet the good old Democrats with that finger pointed at us, conservatives, and the three fingers pointing back at them, now they're trying to say that it's Donald Trump's rhetoric that led to this kind of environment,
right,
which we know is BS. You know, we didn't compare Joe Biden to Hitler. We didn't compare Joe Biden to the Antichrist. We didn't accuse Joe Biden of shredding the Constitution, even though he has done these kind of things. So I do want to speak highly of the individual agents, and you're in between a rock and a hard place, because if you complain or you get things out to the media, they will punish you. They'll make you do terrible assignments like guarding Hillary Clinton. They'll put you in basements. They'll put you in positions where you've got nothing else better to do than sit there and count the floor tile, rather. So, you know, I was recruited very heavy by them, and I turned it down. I stuck with the military, thank God. I think that they do tremendous work. I think there's good and bad in everything, but I cannot help but point the finger toward the director, toward under-budget, understaffing, and complacency. I think that's what we're looking at. And I just thank God that Donald Trump had turned his head just in time, because he would have been dead,
a much different
or at least
outcome.
brain dead.
Yes, it would. I've seen all those graphics showing that, I mean, the turn of the head toward the Jumbotron essentially saved his life. And the asinine statement you brought up from the Secret Service director yesterday, trying to say that the slope of that building was not safe. Well, the snipers that actually took the shooter out were on a slope roof that probably had double the incline that the roof that the bad guy was on. What the hell is she talking about?
Yeah, she's full of crap, thus the tripods that are adjusted. Several things come out to me. I'm a Newsmax guy, dropped Fox after the 2020 steal, but, you know, Newsmax has done a tremendous job. I was watching it live when it all went down, but I also paid particular attention to some of the interviews of the people leaving, and they had said that the snipers had set up just before the event had begun. And I'm scratching my head like, what in the devil is going on? They should have been set up in the morning. And, oh, by the way, you can't always see, you know, the Secret Service. Obviously, I can't reveal all the tactics, but when the Secret Service is performing properly, you don't know who they are, where they are, and where all they're set up. But, yes, that was a ridiculous statement. They have tripods. They have the high-powered rifles, and they are supposed to cover any potential sector of fire.
Sergeant MacGyver, great to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in out of the box. That's another comment that's kind of gone viral. Yes, up via social media. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, in an interview, I guess, yesterday, says, quote, that building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point. So, you know, there's a safety factor that would be considered there that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. Again, you know, what in the world is she talking about? The snipers, and you got the side-by-side photographs of the snipers that actually took this guy out. They're on a roof that is sloped, like I said, probably double the slope or angle versus the roof that the bad guy was on. And for her also, if she actually made the statement that there was little to no perceived threat to Trump, that would be an outright lie as well. The headline this past day from Newsmax, an assassination threat from Iran, they say, had prompted the U.S. Secret Service to boost protection around Donald Trump before Saturday's attempted killing of the former president. Although it appears unrelated to the rally attack, according to two U.S. officials, upon learning of the threat, the Biden administration reached out to senior officials at the Secret Service to make them aware, according to these officials, adding it was shared with the lead agent on Trump's protection detail and the Trump campaign. That prompted the agency to surge resources and assets, speaking on the condition of anonymity, to discuss sensitive intelligence matters. Now, the additional resources did not obviously prevent the attack at the Trump rally. As we have said many times, we have been tracking Iranian threats against the former Trump administration officials for years, dating back to the last administration, according to the National Security Council. These threats arise from Iran's desire to seek revenge for the killing of Qasem Soleimani. We consider this a national and homeland security matter of the highest priority. Of course, Trump ordered the killing of Soleimani, who led the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Quds Force back in 2020. At this time, law enforcement has reported their investigation has not identified ties between the shooter and any accomplice or co-conspirator, whether foreign or domestic, she said. Federal law enforcement officials were also warning of possible copycat attacks or election-related retaliation after the attempt on Trump's life, as a visibly stronger security detail surrounding President Joe Biden and the independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has now also received Secret Service protection. All right. The roof was sloped too steeply. Okay, whatever you say. I mean, incompetence at its finest. It matters not. It is 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, as we get the new day underway. Hello to Dennis. I'm not sure if he made that comment before or after I shared Eskimo Mom's comment. He said, okay, yeah, somebody did say Eskimo Mom's going to call in and tell us how 572, and we'll get an update there. He went on to say, isn't it interesting since Menendez, a.k.a. Mr. Goldbar, was convicted, and now MSNBC is using that to say since Trump is a convicted felon, he should drop out of the presidential race. Another just acting like Biden has never done anything wrong when they know damn well he's a felon in the making. Who was it this past day that said, no one's ever held accountable by this administration on their side? It was, there it is, Representative James Comer. We'll tell you more on what he had to say coming up here. First, let me get to Hillbilly checking in. It's been a while. What's happening, Hillbilly?
Good. Oh, not much. I figure I'd stay awake, give you a shot this evening.
Well, thank you very much.
But, yeah, me and my wife, we went to a bar and grill Saturday night for this date night, and we just sat down. I looked up the TV, and she seen my face, and she said, what? I said, turn around, and then she was watching the news, too. I'm like, it just kind of shocked me.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, just watched it in real time, like he said, but that's a rural area. How many barns you see that did not have a slant roof?
All right.
Or what pictures I've seen, it was like a tool shed. It's only had one slant one way. Pictures I saw of it. But someone definitely just dropped the ball on that for sure. But I watched the Republican convention this evening, and I can't remember, which I don't watch them all. I usually listen to them. Almost everybody who gave a speech tonight quoted a Bible verse, which is made me very happy to hear that we're trying to get God back in the
and
our
that's
country, you know what I'm
very unusual in this day and age. Yes,
it is. And did you happen to catch them two normal people who gave speeches? The one lost the sons of fentanyl, and I forgot that other one, but they were very, very heartwarming speeches. Almost had the crowd in tears about the one losing their son because of fentanyl. But I mean, it just it was a very good convention night, I thought. Just watching it tonight and just had to chime in about it.
Very good. All right.
What's new? What's new with you, Steve?
Not a whole heck of a lot. You know, summertime.
Got the pool open?
Yeah, enjoying the pool. It's actually been a pretty good summer for the pool.
Are you selling tickets for people to come over?
Yeah, I ain't selling tickets. These cartoon characters. These cartoon characters out there always trying to make plans to sneak in. Yeah.
Yeah. But Steve, have a good night. Everybody be safe.
All right, good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Don't be a stranger. Thank you for checking in. Representative Comer No one's ever held accountable by this administration. The Secret Service failure over the weekend will bring the Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle before the House Oversight Committee, Chairman James Comer, even if no one's ever held accountable in the Biden administration. Congress needs her to bring answers on the failure to stop this shooter from even being able to take shots at Trump. She will be testifying before that panel next Monday. First of all, everyone deserves due process, so she's going to have due process, he says. We're going to reserve judgment until Monday when we have the same questions that every American has. How was this shooter allowed to get on the roof? Especially when they were noticed by so many people. What took so long for the sniper to finally take the shooter out? Did someone, in fact, refuse to give the sniper orders to pull the trigger? Why were drones not in the air? Drones are used in everything, but for whatever reason, there were no drones to use on this. Why was someone not scoping out the area and looking at the high points? I mean, all the same questions that everybody has right now. We are concerned about this whole DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. And when you look at the website of the Secret Service, instead of talking about how great the Secret Service is, how they're protecting the president and the presidential candidates, they're talking about their goal to hire more women and things like that, which that's noble, but that does nothing to reassure us that the security failures in this incident. So we've got a lot of questions. We need to know who's responsible for this failure, and next we need to know, is this problem going to be solved in the future? We need the utmost security for President Joe Biden, for future President Donald Trump, and I believe for independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy as well. He also lamented how no one's ever held accountable in this administration. People need to be held accountable. In the event that negligence is proven at Monday's hearing, government employees always talk about the private sector. Anytime they want to justify working from home or not coming to work, they say, well, this is the way the private sector works. But in the private sector, if you don't do a good job, you lose your job. And unfortunately, that's not the way it is in this administration. So we fully expect, first of all, to get answers. Secondly, we want to hold people accountable because this was a huge failure of confidence, a huge failure of integrity and leadership in what we saw in protecting the former president. So she'll be on the hot seat next Monday. Meanwhile, about 5 before the hour, lines available at 844-844-3388. Fell asleep, huh? Pappy, wake up. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight. What day is it? What day is it? I dozed off. I'm late to the party. Well, we still need horse feathers to call in and tell us what day it is. Until then, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up the volume and let's get the party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Yeah, Horse Feather's schedule's been all screwed up. He's been doing more late morning starts, like he's starting his day about 4 o'clock in the morning recently. I'm not sure what his schedule is tonight, but we shall probably hear from him at some point this hump day. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Very, very pleasant, 74 degrees. Had a bit of rain today. Didn't last long. About 1/10 of an inch. Got to pick up tomorrow morning, headed to Columbus, Ohio for Monday. Then it's off till Sunday. Then we'll be headed to the Blue Ridge Mountains, where we have a large house. Stepson's taking his boat to the Lake Blue Ridge. I may take some of my fishing stuff. Not as much as I did last year. Meanwhile, Mayorkas is lying through his teeth, and he'll need to tell the same thing to Congress, where he can be charged with lying to Congress. When I get back Sunday, I'll be headed out to the Buckeye. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. He did say, I guess Nikki Haley spoke. Yes, and I think I know Ron DeSantis spoke because he was on the screen as I was kind of passing through. And Nikki Haley, and of course, according to the headlines, they were both kind of bitter rivals seeking the nomination, the Republican nomination, but they're on the bandwagon. They're all on board. So he said Nikki did an outstanding job tonight at the convention. Meanwhile, we still have a leak in our pool. The idiot who's supposed to be fixing it was a no-call or a no-show today. Wow. Steve, let's see. I was just a low-ranked Army military soldier at Fort Polk, Louisiana, and that is a JRTC. I was attached to the 509th Training Battalion. We trained both our troops and foreign troops for NATO to go overseas to Bosnia and other lands, and this Trump shooting or attempt was a total cluster, he says.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. U.S. Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty of all 16 counts that he faced in a federal corruption trial. Menendez was accused of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for using his political influence to benefit foreign governments. After sentencing, the Democratic senator maintained his innocence and has so far resisted calls from within his own party to resign. FSN's Mitch McCann reports from New York.
During the 9-week trial, prosecutors said that Bob Menendez and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. They said that they were payments for the couple's participation in various bribery schemes involving 3 businessmen. In exchange for the cash and gifts, they said that Menendez helped steer billions of dollars in aid to Egypt and sought to interfere in criminal investigations involving 2 of the other businessmen involved, among other allegations. When prosecutors raided the Menendez home in 2022, they found more than a dozen gold bars, $500,000 in cash, and a Mercedes-Benz car. Menendez's lawyers claimed there was no evidence that the cash or gold bars were bribes as opposed to being gifts. The 70-year-old, who is running for re-election to the Senate, could be jailed for the rest of his life at his sentencing in late October. Mitch McCann, New York.
US President Joe Biden is back on the campaign trail for the first time since the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Biden is in Las Vegas this Tuesday, reaching out to black groups and touting his economic policies. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
President Biden is striking a temperate defiance as he returns to campaigning mode. Days ago, he was at risk of being ousted at the top of the ticket. Yet with the focus back on Donald Trump following the weekend's shooting, Joe Biden remains the Democrat Party's candidate. Behind in the polls, he's on the offensive again, condemning the Republican nominee, now the victim of an attempted assassination, for reveling in and inciting political violence against others, and for posing, in Biden's eyes, a, quote, threat to democracy.
Meanwhile, the second day of the Republican convention in Milwaukee is focusing on the issues of immigration and crime. It comes after Donald Trump announced his vice presidential pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. FSN's Simon Marks reports from Milwaukee on Vance and Trump's economic stance.
J.D. Vance is a firm supporter of tariffs, so he is entirely aligned with Donald Trump's policy of retaining very sizable tariffs on many Chinese goods coming into the United States. He and Donald Trump argue that is how you can defend the American worker. And in that sense, they are also expressing similar policies to those espoused by Donald Trump's rival this November, President Joe Biden.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has won the country's presidential election, winning 99% of the vote. The head of the country's electoral commission declared Kagame the winner after counting was nearing an end. FSN's Chris Ochmaringa has more from Kinshasa.
The partial results announced by Rwanda's Electoral Commission show incumbent President Paul Kagame with a clear lead. The 66-year-old leader received more than 7 million votes, which equates to 99% of the votes cast. His closest challenger, Frank Habineza, garnered over 38,000 votes, while the other candidate, Philip Mpayimana, got 22,700 votes. President Kagame ran against them in the country's last elections in 2017 and won by a similar margin. He thanked Rwandans for their trust in an address at his party headquarters in Kigali. The results will extend President Kagame's 24-year rule by another 5 years. His critics accuse him of stifling dissent and sponsoring rebels to destabilize neighboring countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Business and the world's largest online retailer, Amazon, is hoping to get a boost from Prime Day in the United States. It slashed its prices to entice buyers, but as FSN's Tony Waterman explains, other major retailers are doing the same.
It may be branded as Prime Day, but the sales run for 48 hours. And if you're looking for an air fryer, a new set of headphones, or a TV, you can get some pretty steep discounts, and not just on Amazon. Other large retailers, including Walmart, Best Buy, and Target, are dropping some big deals of their own as they try to cash in on the summer sale. And for good reason. Last year, Amazon sold more than 375 million items during Prime Day, totaling nearly $13 billion in sales. Tony Waterman, Texas.
There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410.
Thank you very much, and welcome back as we make our way into a brand new day. From time zone to time zone, welcome into a Wednesday. Dion, I apologize there. He said, just my luck, in the middle of reading my comments, the commercials come on. Yep. He was talking about going back to his time, helping to train troops, both foreign and domestic, to go overseas, Bosnia and other lands. And this Trump shooting was a total cluster, you know what? I have not seen such a massive screw-up. Not even basic training soldiers are that bad. I believe this was a setup. There's no other explanation. Yeah, Buckeye boy, you're right. The only way it seems you lose a government job with this administration is if you're a man dressed like a woman, stealing luggage at airports while you're on security cameras. Yeah, that was a total DA nominee, right? All right, meanwhile, night number one, Monday night, as the Republican National Convention got underway, you may or may not have noticed there was an unusual speaker speaking that night, and it was none other than the Teamsters General President, Sean O'Brien. Teamsters showed O'Brien meeting with Massachusetts delegates at the RNC Monday morning. He spoke Monday night at 8 p.m. Wherever we can find common ground, our focus must always be on protecting American workers, he says. If we're going to accomplish big things for labor and truly hold employers across the country accountable to the workforce, we need as many people as possible moving in the same direction to get the job done. Now, according to a report from Politico, O'Brien had requested speaking slots at both party conventions, Republican and Democrat. Now, last I had seen, there still has not been any sort of official announcement about him speaking at the DNC. They do say some members are not happy about the union possibly endorsing former President Trump. I don't think that's going to happen. If they don't endorse Biden, yeah, I would predict anyway that they won't endorse anyone. We'll see where that goes. The Teamsters Vice President at Large, John Palmer, wrote an opinion piece criticizing O'Brien for speaking at the RNC. Now, the International Brotherhood has yet to finalize their decision to back Biden or Trump come November. Of course, boasting the largest union membership with 1.3 million members. And they are seen as a very powerful voting bloc. But keep in mind, just because the union leadership endorses anyone, the rank and file, you're going to vote for who you want to vote for, right? Just because you're a member of the Teamsters doesn't mean you're a hard left-leaning Democrat. Now, they say no timeline has been announced for when a Teamsters endorsement will be made for either candidate. They made their 2020 endorsement announcement of Biden in August of that year. Now, rank-and-file Teamsters will dictate any possible endorsement from our union. According to the Teamsters spokesperson, now, since the end of last year, 23, we have convened historic member roundtables with all presidential candidates. We've conducted unprecedented town halls at roughly 300 local unions around the country. We're getting our members' input in a variety of ways and using that to inform whatever decision is made. Now, she said, yes, O'Brien's speech at the RNC Monday night is pretty unprecedented. It would be the first time a Teamsters General President has addressed the Republican National Convention. But our 1.3 million members work in all 50 states. They represent every political background. Their message needs to be heard by as wide an audience as possible. That includes all political candidates running for elected office. Founded in 1903, the Teamsters have endorsed Democrat candidates. Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama since 2008. In earlier elections, they have picked Republicans. They were the only major union to endorse former President George H.W. Bush in the 1988 presidential election. The Teamsters presidential endorsement process this cycle, they say, is the most democratic, inclusive, and transparent it's ever been in our 121-year history to move this union forward and ensure our members' voices come first. Our members' votes will not be taken for granted. So based on that, I guess she tries to make it sound, if a majority of those Teamster members, via their input, are leaning toward Joe, I guess they'll endorse Joe. Again, I almost have a feeling that the way things stand right now, it may be just no endorsement either direction. Vote for who you'd like to vote for, but we'll see. Eagle on a Wednesday. What's happening out there? Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, can you hear me tonight?
Well, loud and clear. We got you, Eagle.
Yeah, I think I'm in a good location tonight. I'm parked at a decent truck stop, so you should be able to hear me. Yeah, Steve, I got some things to say, man. Just before Trump got shot last week, you remember me telling you that it seems like every time I call the last couple of weeks, it's been some drama, some serious, all hell is breaking loose. And never thought that all hell would break loose like that on Saturday. Never seen anything like that before in my life. I wasn't even born back in '63 when Kennedy got killed. I was just a kid when Reagan got shot. So I don't remember too much about that because I was just a kid when that went down. So this is the first time I've seen, live and in person, a so-called assassination of a president. Now, let's go into detail right quick one more time, Steve. You said last night when I was talking to you about the director of the Secret Service that she had gave a statement saying that they were going to review things and look at things and what had happened, and she claims now that there was an epic failure. Like, we can't see that. As far as I'm concerned, she needs to step down. I don't give a damn what she says. When you have a president that's used centimeters or inches of losing his life due to their stupidity, when you got a guy who, listen, Steve, this guy here wasn't even a professional shooter. This guy here, this 20-year-old punk. If they would have had a sharpshooter, a professional killer on top of that roof, Donald Trump would be dead right now. I don't give a damn what that woman says about this being, a lapse in security. You damn right it was a lapse in security. You need to be out of your job, and then you get somebody in the Secret Service that can get the job done and can protect the president of this country or any other, whether it be Joe Biden or Donald Trump. This is ridiculous. Those clowns that they had protecting Donald Trump. If there would have been a second shooter, Steve, Donald Trump would have easily got shot. You saw the way those clowns tried to get him off of that stage. They still exposed his head, still exposed his body as they were escorting him to the SUV. If there would have been a second shooter, Donald Trump would have definitely got killed. The objective of the Secret Service is to protect the president at all costs. You seen, like I say, I looked at the video of Ronald Reagan when it went down with him. They threw the man down on the ground and forced him into that SUV. If there would have been a second shooter in that deal, he would have never had an attempt on Ronald Reagan to shoot him again. They would have had several opportunities to get to Donald Trump this Saturday afternoon if there was another shooter. I don't accept her apology, and I don't accept anything she has to say, because as far as I'm concerned, I think it was done on purpose to begin with, because there's too many things that were conveniently located, like that ladder that was just happening. And here's what I want to talk to you about the most, Steve. And I don't know if you said this or not, because I tuned into your show a little bit late. Did you hear this news, Steve? And this is the reason why I say this woman should be out of a job, even though these law enforcement officers weren't associated with her. Did you hear that there were law enforcement officers inside the building where this man was on top of? Do you know how stupid that is? They got a guy on top of the building with a gun, and there's law enforcement officers inside of that building. Have you heard that story yet?
Yeah, we did share that last evening. There were actually three officers in that building, supposedly snipers that were supposed to be looking out the windows over the overlooking the people out there in attendance.
Yeah, that's just the ultimate insult right there, Steve. That you got a guy on top of the building with a gun, and you got officers inside the building. That's totally ridiculous. That's just they should have never let that story get out. That story should have never got out. That's an epic failure right there. When you got guys that are looking out the window, and you got a guy on top of them with a damn gun, getting ready to try to eliminate the president. This is a sad situation, Steve. Very sad situation, and Donald Trump. As long as this woman, I'm gonna say this right here tonight, Steve. As long as that woman is still in charge of Secret Service, Donald Trump's life is still in jeopardy, because I don't trust that woman, and I don't trust the people that she's putting in charge for the safety of his life. I told you that last night at the end of your show. I told you they gave JFK a Secret Service attendants, and they gave this J.D. Vance. Like I said, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing at this point, because this woman here is definitely incompetent as far as I'm concerned. If you listen to Dan Bongino, and Dan Bongino he knows everything about the Secret Service, because he used to be a damn Secret Service agent. So he knows that, and he spoke bad about this woman, Steve, not after the shooting. He was speaking bad about this woman before the shooting of Donald Trump. Dan Bongino was talking bad about that this woman shouldn't have got the job to begin with, because she used to work at Pepsi Cola before she got the job. She has no experience, as far as I know, in the security business. How she got that job, I still don't know. Just the same thing with the Buttigieg, how he got the job as a damn DOT guy, Department of Transportation. Guy knows nothing about transportation, as far as and the same thing with the guy in the military, another loser. So all these people that have been appointed by Biden are incompetent. You see, incompetent and shouldn't be on the job to begin with. Donald Trump, until he gets elected into the White House, if he's elected, Steve, he needs to hire on his own security. He has more than enough money. He needs to hire people that work for him, that have been vetted, that have been trained, that he knows are going to be loyal to him. Because as of right now, Steve, I can't say that these people that are protecting Donald Trump right now are loyal. We got a mole, as they like to say. They got a mole inside the Secret Service that's not doing their job. That's not protecting Trump like they're supposed to. And Trump, and let me say this one thing, Steve. I understand that Donald Trump is supposed to have a rally I think they said on July the 20th. I sure do hope that's not an outdoor venue. Donald Trump should not do any more outdoor venues of these rallies. You can continue on with the rallies if you want to out in an indoor facility where you can control who goes in and who goes out. You can have people on every door searching people for guns and weapons. When you're in an outdoor venue, there's too many things to look at, Steve. There's too many things that you have to search. There's too many buildings. You got to worry about the man on the roof. You got to worry about people in behind trees. There's too many things that you have to worry about in an outdoor venue. Donald Trump does not need to be in an outdoor venue doing these rallies. If you want to do a rally, do it indoors where you can vet everybody and check and make sure everybody's clean before they get in. I do not feel safe and secure with Donald Trump doing any more outdoor rallies under these circumstances, because somebody is clearly not on Donald Trump's side in this situation. Now, the thing I want to see the most out of this whole deal, I want to see what Donald Trump has to say. And Joe Biden has already gone back on his word, Steve. He has already gone. He said that he wanted to turn the stove down on the temperature, and yet today he was right back at railroading Donald Trump again. He was at the NAACP talking today, and he was saying more bad things about Donald Trump. And just 2 days ago, he was saying he wanted to turn the heat down on this crazy rhetoric, and now today he's back at it again, saying that Donald's talking bad about Trump, saying that Trump shouldn't get back in the White Trump this, Trump that. 2 days after he said he wanted to turn the heat down. So, like I said, it'll be very, very see what Trump got to say on Thursday night when he finally does speak after the shooting, and see how he goes about his business. But I'm going to say this one more time before I hang up with you, Steve. Donald Trump, he needs to get his own people. He needs to get his own security people to watch his back, because it's clear that somebody that's working for him is not on his side. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. As we talked about the Secret Service here several months ago. What was it that had them in the headlines at the point in time where we were discussing? Are they an elected official? How are they vetted? Do they have to be approved by the Senate? Like many appointees do. No. The answer we discovered, the head of the Secret Service is appointed by the president. They can pick and choose whomever they want. I think as so many have been pointing out clearly that many of Biden's appointees are all about the diversity appointees. You appoint someone because they're a part of the LGBT. You appoint Buttigieg, who has no experience in transportation because he's a gay man. This female hired to head the Secret Service. It's all about the diversity, equity, and inclusion. Kamala Harris is a DEI selection. I mean, the prerequisite to appointing the vice president, according to Biden at the time, was you have to be a female. This is what you get when it's all about diversity, equity, and inclusion. You're not hiring people with the best qualifications or experience. You're hiring as a diversity hire. Joe Biden could dismiss Kim Cheadle today. He could remove her from the leadership of the Secret Service. Guarantee you one damn thing, the day Donald Trump steps into the White House once again, she will not be running the Secret Service. That's the way it works. And of course, she answers, whoever the head of the Secret Service is, no matter who it is, answers to the head of the Department of Homeland Security, who is right now none other than Alejandro Mayorkas. And, Alejandro Mayorkas would not pee on Donald Trump if he was on fire. I mean, that's what you've got. Sad, but true. But from there, it was right toward the end of the program last night when I saw some post popping up on social media about this girl that had performed the national anthem for the home run derby there, and citing it as the worst rendition of the national anthem they had ever heard. So I pulled it up after the show, and it was a horrible rendition. I didn't realize, I had never heard of Ingrid Andre. I've never heard of her, but supposedly she's a 3 or 4 time Grammy nominee, country music singer, songwriter. I'm not up to speed with the new country artists, but I guess she made an announcement this past day. Country music singer, songwriter Ingrid Andre said that she has checked herself into a rehab facility after admitting she was drunk during her national anthem performance at the MLB Home Run Derby. The 32-year-old went viral on social media after performing the national anthem at Globe Life Field in Arlington Monday night, where the fans online criticizing her pitch, some referring to it as the worst national anthem rendition they've ever heard. She addressed the issue on X this past afternoon, admitting that she was drunk and plans to check herself into rehab. I'm not going to bull shish kebab y'all. I was drunk last night, she said. I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to Major League Baseball, all the fans, and this country I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun. But a 4-time Grammy nominee, best known for her breakthrough single, More Hearts Than Mine, that peaked at 30 on the Billboard Hot 100, where it remained on that list for 20 weeks. In 2021, she released her second biggest song to date, called Wishful Drinkin', in collaboration with country singer Sam Hunt. That also spent 20 weeks on the chart, peaking at number 47. Despite the public criticism of her a cappella version of the Star Spangled Banner. Social media users Tuesday responding in support of her recovery. Other artists also expressing their support. Sending you love, Ingrid. Being this open with everyone takes a lot. Hang in there. All right, so it makes a difference. And when people have problems, if she openly admitted, I've got a problem. So you know what? That's about the biggest step you can make in actually admitting that. So more power to her. Get the help you need, and hopefully much success in your future as a country music singer-songwriter. It's not uncommon, right? She ain't the first to have problems. Young people hitting celebrity status, and all of a sudden you got all this money in the bank. It's got to be difficult. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Meanwhile, the heat wave continues across the interior West here into the second half of July. Over the coming days, the heat will make its presence known back into the Pacific Northwest once again. A big bulge in the jet stream and a high-pressure area will dominate the overall pattern for the western U.S. right through the upcoming weekend. Now, as disturbances attempt to slice northward on the backside of that high pressure along the Pacific coast, temperatures will surge to high levels on some days and then be knocked down briefly for a few. One such surge in temperatures occurred this past day, with highs in the upper 80s in Seattle. They were well into the 90s in Portland. The same heat surge will cycle further to the east with less day-to-day variance over the interior Northwest here into midweek. They're forecasting a high near 100 for Spokane, Washington, and Pendleton, Oregon. Then the temperature dips back to average Thursday along the Washington-Oregon coast before throttling back up again from Friday to Saturday. Up and down you go, the roller coaster ride out west.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunton in Mumbai. United States security authorities obtained intelligence in recent weeks of a plot by Iran to try to assassinate Donald Trump. There is, however, no confirmed connection to the man who attempted to kill the former president on Saturday. Benji Hire reports.
A hostile threat from any foreign government would be alarming at any time. But that it's been disclosed now in a CNN exclusive shortly after an actual assassination attempt, well, that is extraordinary. Especially when you consider this. The Secret Service was made aware of the plot before the weekend's shooting and had actually increased security around Donald Trump in light of the intelligence. Iran has repeatedly vowed revenge for one of the first acts of Trump's presidency, the US military's killing of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Iranian military's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in January 2020. Penjihaya, Washington.
Thai police are investigating the deaths of 6 foreign nationals whose bodies were found in a room at an upmarket hotel in Bangkok on Tuesday. Authorities are looking for a 7th person in connection with the incident. Laura Westbrook has more.
Police said that 6 people who were of Vietnamese descent with 2 carrying US passports had checked into Bangkok's Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel over the weekend. They were found dead inside one room. Police said they did not show signs of physical violence and were exploring the possibility that they were poisoned. Cups with white powder were located in the room. The US State Department said it was closely monitoring the situation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Japan has completed a 7th round of treated nuclear water discharge from the crippled power plant at Fukushima. It began slowly releasing more than 1 million tons of water used to cool fuel inside the wrecked nuclear reactors in August last year. Chris Gilbert reports.
Another 7,800 tons of nuclear wastewater, treated to strip it of radioactive elements, has been trickled into the Pacific Ocean in this latest discharge, which began in late June. While it's the 7th release in total since the project began last year, it's only the 3rd for the fiscal year 2024, with at least 4 more coming. Before discharge, the contaminated water is passed through an advanced liquid processing system called ALPS that removes most radionuclides, apart from tritium, which cannot be separated from water. So it's diluted with 1,000 times as much seawater before being released. The project is being monitored by the UN watchdog, the IAEA, but it has raised the ire of many countries, including China, which maintains a blanket ban on all Japanese seafood imports. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot.
We leave off there. Mentioned Sean O'Brien. Dennis says O'Brien goes whatever way the wind blows from one day to the next. I don't know. I don't know a whole heck of a lot. I know he's had his fair share of media attention with all the UAW contract negotiations and the UPS. All these different things. He's had a lot of airtime, that is for sure. Buckeye Boy. Between the officers inside the building and the slope of the roof, too steep to put an agent up there, she should be immediately fired for just being stupid. Now, Pap said she got the job because she was on President Jill's team and she liked her. I wouldn't be a bit surprised about that. All right. Roki says, according to a report from the American Thinker, because the mainstream media is saying we can't find anything about the motive or, what this shooter's leanings were. Roki said Thomas Matthew Crook's social media site was on Instagram. It was removed Saturday night. He identified as Antifa. That according to the American Thinker. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 72 degrees in Sacramento. We literally just arrived home after being on the road for 5 weeks. Quite the journey. All right, Santa and Mrs. Claus out. It's probably good to be back at the Home 20, a chance to sleep in your own bed. You'll sleep like a baby, won't you? I hope you enjoyed your trip there, and I'm sorry I missed you when you passed through town. Made it through our area. It was over the Independence Day weekend, so I was off. All right, back to the phones at 844-844-3388. Who we got on board here?
Hey, you got Woody Howson on board here this evening. I've been enjoying listening to the show. First-time listeners, as a matter of fact.
Are you the friend of CNI Dog by chance? Or is that the guy that hooked you up or no?
CNI Dog. Sorry, I'm unfamiliar.
Okay, so it wasn't, because he was talking about getting, said he had introduced somebody to the show that liked the program and they might call in this week. What did you say your name was again? Was it Woody?
Oh, my name's Woody Howson. Yes, sir, Woody.
All right.
Yes, sir, and just want to say welcome home. I don't live anywhere near you. I guess I'm on the other side of the pond, or the other side of the country over in Tennessee, Rogersville.
Rogersville, Tennessee. All right. Well, you're on my side of the cover. We're in southwest Ohio here, actually.
Okay, I heard you said Sacramento. I didn't know where you is.
Oh, that was one of our
exactly,
that was our listening friend that just chimed in from Sacramento. They just got home, but yeah. So Woody's from Tennessee.
Well, listen, yeah, from Tennessee, and I wanted to give a shout out, Big Eagle. I listened to him a second ago. He was talking, and he couldn't have been more spot on with everything that's going on right now. And I tell you what, like I said, my name's Woody. I'm gonna be frank. I'm sick and tired of it, and I do want to just say thank you for speaking the truth out here on the radio. I'm going to be tuning in.
All right. Well, did you say you just recently found the program, Woody? So you're kind of new to us?
Brand new. Yep. This is my first evening listening. I figured I'd give you the call in.
You just found us. Well, that's great. Well, let me give you a little info here. We're sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And Hot Shot Secret, first-time callers. You are a first-time caller. I've taken your number down here, and we're gonna send you a coupon code for $60 free merchandise. You'll go to hotshotsecret.com is the website, and introduce you to some of our products. All the info you need will be in the text message. But yeah, when you'll go to the website and.
All right, well, I don't get a text on here, so we'll have to figure that out later. But I'll be calling in more often. This is a landline.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can work out a way to get it to you. Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, we'll figure it out, this, that, and the third. But, well, I was wanting to originally, give you something to talk about. I said inflation, but you're talking about everything that's going on. And, I tell you, just as Eagle is saying, he's got to be safe over the next few months. Because it's dangerous territory. It's just listening to the news segment talking about Iran.
Mm-hmm.
They want to pipe threats in all the time. They've been doing it for years and years. And, when Trump was in office, he puts a smackdown on them over there, and they're as quiet as a mouse for 4 years.
And they sure
that was the way with many countries.
And they sure don't want Donald Trump back in office.
Right. President Donald Trump walks in the room, and, these guys immediately sit up out of their chair. They run towards him. They want to shake his hand, but you can tell they didn't treat him the same as they are, Joe Biden. And, he really does. All these other nations think they can play around right now, and I don't blame them. They can. But that's going to change here in a few months. That's going to change.
We can hope. Well, hey, Woody, it's great to hear from you. Like you said, chime in anytime. Don't be a stranger. And we'll have to find out a way to get a code. Some of us still have landlines. He's the last of a dying breed. There ain't many landlines left out there, are there? All righty, under industry headlines from OOIDA this past day. When will this ever be resolved? Will it ever be resolved? California Assembly Bill 5. OOIDA and the California Trucking Association have been granted additional time to file their opening briefs in a lawsuit against California's Assembly Bill 5. The two trucking groups argue that the state's worker classification law, known as AB 5, violates the U.S. Constitution. Back in April, OOIDA and the California Trucking Association filed a notice to take the case to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. Opening briefs were due on July 5, but the groups received an extension. They now have till August 5 to make their initial arguments to the court. This is the next step in a years-long battle over the controversial California law. California signed AB 5 into law back in 2019. It's based on what they call the ABC test and requires a business to demonstrate 3 factors are established before a worker can be considered an independent contractor. The B prong of the ABC test requires the worker being used as an independent contractor to provide a service that is outside the company's usual course of business. The concern from trucking is the law would prevent an owner-operator from leasing his truck to a motor carrier because the service is not outside the company's normal business. Soon after the law passed, the California Trucking Association filed a lawsuit and a preliminary injunction preventing AB 5 from being applied to the trucking industry. That was granted. In 2022, it was kicked back to the lower courts after the Supreme Court declined to hear arguments related to AB 5 being in violation of the Federal Aviation Administration Authorization Act. OOIDA then joined the case as an intervener to represent out-of-state truckers who could also be harmed by the California law. These groups are arguing AB 5 imposes undue burdens on interstate commerce in violation of the Commerce Clause. So on March 15, the district court judge ruled in favor of the state. In the end, AB 5 does not offend the core constitutional principle of prohibiting purposeful discrimination against interstate commerce, said the judge. And while AB 5 had economic effects, the effects do not confirm purposeful discrimination against interstate commerce in the design of AB 5. Although courts are not well equipped to do such weighing, when it comes to weighing the burdens of AB 5 against the salutary effects, it does not appear that the pure economic burdens on out-of-state workers or drivers and freight hauling firms substantially outweigh the in-state benefits of correctly classifying workers or drivers as employees. So they continue back and forth. OOIDA and the California Trucking Association then elected to appeal the ruling to the Ninth Circuit. We respectfully disagree with the legal basis for the decision issued by the district court. OOIDA appeals this decision with the hope that the Ninth Circuit will agree with OOIDA and reverse it. If the case remains on schedule, the trucking groups will submit their opening briefs by August 5th. The state would then have till September 4th to respond. On and on we go, back and forth. There in California. It is 844-844-3388. We're talking about the heat out west, before we hit the news break there at the bottom of the hour. Things are heating up. Highs in Pendleton in Oregon will be within a few degrees of 103. Both Saturday and Sunday coming up this weekend. In Spokane, the record of 103 set back in 1905 is forecast to be smashed with a high of 106 degrees Sunday. Further to the east, Boise, Idaho has the potential to hit 100 or higher each day through Tuesday of next week. So we're talking a good 5+ day run of triple-digit heat. As that heat crescendos into early next week, temperatures on one or more days from this weekend to Monday may approach 110. The all-time record high was 111, set on July 12th of 1898, and again on July 19th of 1960. For those that like to jump on the global warming or climate change bandwagon, you know, what was going on with global warming in 1898 or 1960? It's cycles. There's hot summers and there's cooler summers. Over the interior Northwest, Pocatello, Idaho, Helena, Montana, you may challenge high temperature records on a daily basis. Each disturbance that travels along the edge of the jet stream bulge and the periphery of that high pressure area may grab enough moisture from the Pacific to bring some spotty thunder shower activity, but many of these storms may have little to no rain, but the usual lightning strikes because of what they call dry storms. Lightning-induced wildfire risk will be increasing. From now till early fall, much of the Northwest experiences the least amount of rain for the year. Vegetation tends to dry out in the sunshine and the heat with each passing day. So when those thunderstorms erupt, they do often spark fires. Close to 20 large wildfires were burning in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana as of this past day. Multiple fires burning over western and central Canada as well. Smoke from these fires will continue to lead to periods of poor air quality, with the heat and light winds making things even worse. Now, while hiking is a popular activity in that part of the country in the summer, experts urge those wilderness enthusiasts closely monitor the changing weather conditions, avoid being on treeless ridges as the potential target for lightning when those thunderstorms may develop in the afternoon. And it looks like, lastly, the heat will tend to ramp up in the southwest this weekend into early next week as well. Not as hot as the extremes that we saw earlier here in the month of July. We saw temperatures like 120 in Las Vegas, right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
and we'll get back to your calls here on a Wednesday Hump Day at 844-844-3388. First, I was getting an update on John Force. And it appears the NHRA says John Force has left the hospital in Virginia for a rehab center this past day, but still has a long way to go for a full recovery. Offering an update on the funny car driver as he's on the mend following that horrific crash at Virginia National last month. The team said his family considered Force's departure from the hospital a major step forward in the recovery process. However, medical staff cautioned the road ahead is still a difficult one. Force is dealing with cognitive and behavioral symptoms from a traumatic brain injury. While he has been able to converse with family and friend, enjoy the company of his grandsons, Jacob and Noah Hood, and celebrate a Monday birthday with his daughter, Brittany, he still is prone to periods of confusion, they say. Family members said there is no timetable established for the length of his stay at the new facility, which was selected because of its success in treating other race car drivers with similar issues. Force's team has said the driver is still dealing with the traumatic brain injury from the crash. All right, the team said his vehicle suffered an engine explosion as he was doing 300 miles per hour. At 75 years old, though, the 16-time NHRA champion, 22-time champion as a racing team owner, has won 10 straight titles as a driver from 1993 to 2002. So based on that update, I think we could suffice it to say I think his racing career has concluded, right? He'll never get the clearance to go out there, and doctors would tell him, John, one knock on the noggin, and that could be it, right? I mean, a lot more than just a simple concussion. I mean, traumatic brain injury. That was lucky to be alive, I guess you could say, right? So mark the date on your calendar. I guess it's not official yet, but maybe August 13. Vice President Kamala Harris has asked J.D. Vance, who is now Trump's running mate, to join an August 13 debate hosted by CBS, according to a Biden-Harris campaign official this past day. Harris asked in a voicemail to Vance after his selection as Trump's vice presidential pick on Monday. Now, Newsmax said the Trump campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment. No comment from the Biden campaign. The Democrat vice president had previously accepted terms for a CBS debate on either July the 23rd or August the 13th, while Trump's campaign had sought to have the debate on Fox News. Biden's camp said they would not accept that. So the July date for a CBS debate is off the table at this point in time, according to one familiar with the matter. I guess we haven't, like I said, it's not officially confirmed yet if JD and the Trump team accept the offer and the conditions, I suppose. Surely they wouldn't go to the lengths of the terms and conditions they had for the Trump-Biden debate, right? No studio audience. I'd be interesting to see. And you'd have to hope and pray for Kamala, because she's going to get up on that stage and try to answer questions, but all she really knows how to do is cackle. Giggles. All right, what do we have? A couple minutes before news break. Carl's on board. Eagle has a second comment coming up. And, of course, it is 844-844-3388. I was talking to Carolina Monkey Gouger here sometime last week, and we were talking about these final Supreme Court decisions that had come down right there at the end of the term, while most people were talking about the presidential immunity decision, there were some actual two decisions that have a pretty significant amount of power, stripping federal agencies, which may ultimately dramatically reshape the regulatory landscape. And there's a lot of things, regulations-wise, that impact the trucking industry that this could impact as well. Now that what they call the Chevron doctrine has been erased, challenges to federal regulations that center on vague statutes will be decided by judges, not the agencies. A district judge can now determine if an ambiguous law gives an agency the authority to enact a regulation. Coming up, we'll delve a bit more into that. And my conversation with Gouger, we were talking about, even the likes of ELDs, things of that nature. Could they be impacted? Obviously, emission regulations would top the list. They will be impacted. So more on that coming up here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. U.S. Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty of all 16 counts that he faced in a federal corruption trial. Menendez was accused of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for using his political influence to benefit foreign governments. After sentencing, the Democratic senator maintained his innocence and has so far resisted calls from within his own party to resign. FSN's Mitch McCann reports from New York.
During the 9-week trial, prosecutors said that Bob Menendez and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. They said that they were payments for the couple's participation in various bribery schemes involving 3 businessmen. In exchange for the cash and gifts, they said that Menendez helped steer billions of dollars in aid to Egypt and sought to interfere in criminal investigations involving 2 of the other businessmen involved, among other allegations. When prosecutors raided the Menendez home in 2022, they found more than a dozen gold bars, $500,000 in cash, and a Mercedes-Benz car. Menendez lawyers claim there was no evidence that the cash or gold bars were bribes as opposed to being gifts. The 70-year-old, who is running for re-election to the Senate, could be jailed for the rest of his life at his sentencing in late October. Mitch McCann, New York.
US President Joe Biden is back on the campaign trail for the first time since the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Biden is in Las Vegas this Tuesday, reaching out to black groups and touting his economic policies. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
President Biden is striking a temperate defiance as he returns to campaigning mode. Days ago, he was at risk of being ousted at the top of the ticket. Yet with the focus back on Donald Trump following the weekend's shooting, Joe Biden remains the Democrat Party's candidate. Behind in the polls, he's on the offensive again, condemning the Republican nominee, now the victim of an attempted assassination, for reveling in and inciting political violence against others, and for posing, in Biden's eyes, a, quote, threat to democracy.
Meanwhile, the second day of the Republican convention in Milwaukee is focusing on the issues of immigration and crime. It comes after Donald Trump announced his vice presidential pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. FSN Simon Marks reports from Milwaukee on Vance and Trump's economic stance.
J.D. Vance is a firm supporter of tariffs, so he is entirely aligned with Donald Trump's policy of retaining very sizable tariffs on many Chinese goods coming into the United States. He and Donald Trump argue that is how you can defend the American worker. And in that sense, they are also expressing similar policies to those espoused by Donald Trump's rival this November, President Joe Biden.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has won the country's presidential election, winning 99% of the vote. The head of the country's electoral commission declared Kagame the winner after counting was nearing an end. FSN's Chris Ochmaringa has more from Kinshasa.
The partial results announced by Rwanda's Electoral Commission show incumbent Kagame with a clear lead. The 66-year-old lead received more than 7 million votes, which equates to 99% of the votes cast. His closest challenger, Frank Habineza, garnered over 38,000 votes, while the other candidate, Philip Mpayimana, got 22,700 votes. President Kagame ran against them in the country's last elections in 2017 and won by a similar margin. He thanked Rwandans for their trust in an address at his party headquarters in Kigali. The results will extend President Kagame's 24-year rule by another 5 years. His critics accuse him of stifling dissent and sponsoring rebels to destabilize neighboring countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Business and the world's largest online retailer, Amazon, is hoping to get a boost from Prime Day in the United States. It slashed its prices to entice buyers, but as FSN's Tony Waterman explains, other major retailers are doing the same.
It may be branded as Prime Day, but the sales run for 48 hours. And if you're looking for an air fryer, a new set of headphones, or a TV, you can get some pretty steep discounts, and not just on Amazon. Other large retailers, including Walmart, Best Buy, and Target, are dropping some big deals of their own as they try to cash in on the summer sale. And for good reason. Last year, Amazon sold more than 375 million items during Prime Day, totaling nearly $13 billion in sales. Tony Waterman, Texas.
There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's one final week before the long home stretch of the Grand National season, but 15 weekend champions are still basking in that Dairyland glow, so there's lots to discuss as we prepare to climb Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. One more week until the Grand National Circuit resumes in Chapel Hill, Tennessee for the Lions Super Bowl of the South on Friday and Saturday, July 19th and 20th. It's LionsSuperPoll.com for info and tickets, and NTPAPULL.com for all the rest. So to get you geared back up for the remainder of the GN season, let's take our long-delayed leisurely stroll down Victory Lane for the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin, now 3 weeks hence. In light superstock, Cody Cheezick captured both his first win in the division and the weekend title with excessive force. Bryce Pickler continued Red Thunder's streak of at least one win in Tomah. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, 2023's early season Titans were at it again. Colin Ross's Triple Bypass won on Friday, while defending champ Kent Payne's Super Rooster was victorious on Saturday and claimed the weekend. In Superstock Open, John Strickland made a lot of progress in turning his season around. He had a sweep with a get a load of that too, Alki Agco. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, score a second one for the Orange Paint as Braden Schrammik's Youngblood showed it still has that championship pedigree with a Saturday night win. In CM Pulling Tires two-wheel drive, 7-time champion Jesse Petro dodged both the bullets and the raindrops to earn the weekend championship with a second and a third. Class winners were Jason Sullivan's Corn Burner and John Hunt's Tads. In four-wheel drive, Ike Zering crossed one off his bucket list on Friday, and then Rob Foster adopted a winning strategy on Saturday with Foster Child, while Zering's 7th sealed the weekend. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's Angry Shine took the only hook on Saturday after rain struck Friday night. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, it was the same story for RJ Simon and Drivers Wanted, which won the weekend on just one pass. In Modified Mini, Jeff Hurt brought the pain with Lil Bear on Thursday, but you can only hope to contain Grant Theobald for so long, and true to form, his Lil Wicked won again on Saturday. The pair each posted a 1st and 7th, and Theobald won the weekend on distance. In GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified, there is boundless enthusiasm for the new Limitless entry of Brent Payne after its victory in the lone surviving class on Saturday. In Modified, Bill Leichner is on a mission. His Dirt Slinger mudded its way to a 1st and a 2nd behind only 23 titleist Brandon Simon and Simon Says, and thus he hauled home the Tomah Class Trophy. And in Unlimited, Brad Benedict's nonsense made it worth the trip from Central Ohio for just one Saturday night hook. It's Diesel Supers, Pro Stocks, 4-wheelers, Minis, and Unlimiteds both Friday and Saturday in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Visit NTPAPULL.com for rosters and lineups ahead of the poll and results and points afterward. And if you can't be there in person in Middle Tennessee, FullPoll.live is your source for the broadcast. Elsewhere on the Region 2 Tour, it's a pair of Tuesday polls in Hartford, Michigan and Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Then Saturday in Springfield, Ohio, and Sunday in Adrian, Michigan. NTPAPULL.com for the complete schedule. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, a lot of folks are excited about the Grand National Circuit getting back into the full swing. Hot Shot Secret will be there. Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Stop by, say hello. Speaking of saying hello, good morning, Steve, and everyone. Crip Shot checking in. Feeling pretty good this morning. That's good news. Always love the show and the truckers. I'll be tuned in till the program ends this morning. All right, Billy, good morning. Hello, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks, 78 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then to Charlotte, North Carolina. Happy Hump Day. Be safe out there. Hey, good to have you on board. Thank you very much. Real quick before I get back to the calls, I wanted to... The folks at OOIDA gave a very in-depth breakdown of what the Chevron doctrine was and how the changes to the federal regulations are going to be decided by judges rather than all these three-letter agencies. I'm not going to go through the entirety of what the Chevron doctrine was, but as far as the possible impacts on varying a variety of regulations, what will the effects be? Let me take you to that segment. The Supreme Court rulings sent shockwaves through the legal and regulatory communities, setting the stage for a full tsunami of lawsuits against agencies. Now, interesting, they said, here is what the rulings will not do. What the Supreme Court said will not automatically undo any regulations. That there was a House Oversight Committee hearing on July the 10th when Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado was grilling the EPA administrator, Michael Regan, about regulations that had been passed under the Chevron doctrine. And she claimed that the recent Supreme Court ruling deemed those rules unconstitutional and that they therefore should be repealed. Wrong, apparently. However, the Supreme Court has opened the door for challenges of regulations to be resurrected. When those challenges are filed, the court will no longer automatically defer to the agency's interpretation. Now, rather, a federal judge will decide if a law authorizes the regulation in question based on a litany of factors, which may include an agency's interpretation. Simply put, regulations that have successfully passed the Chevron hurdle can be challenged again now. It may or may not result in a different outcome, though. Results will likely vary. In the meantime, all existing Chevron-approved regulations are considered constitutional until a federal judge rules otherwise. Chief Justice John Roberts explicitly stated that in the majority opinion, due to the Corner Post decision, there could be a rush of challenges to regulations that previously were off limits due to the 6-year statute of limitations. In theory, anyone could start a business with the sole intent to start the clock on a challenge of an old rule. Again, this doesn't guarantee it will be reversed, as the courts may end up reaching the same conclusion just through a different avenue. Now, these two Supreme Court decisions combined likely will overwhelm the federal district court dockets with fresh challenges to old rules. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson warned of that in her Corner Post dissent, stating that at the end of a momentous term, this much is clear: the tsunami of lawsuits against agencies that the court's holdings in this case and Loper Bright have authorized has the potential to devastate the functioning of the federal government. In the meantime, the Loper Bright decision may force Congress to write clearer laws. At the very least, federal agencies will need to be more careful in how they justify regulations. In the short term, new challenges will arise. What the long-term implications will be, that is yet to be seen. Some rules may be overturned, others may be affirmed. The wheels of justice turn ever so slowly. It likely will be several years before the effects of this new regulatory landscape are actually realized. So, impacts on trucking. I guess we could say don't be banking on any rules being changed or overturned in short order. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process. Well, see what Carl has on his mind this morning. Morning, Carl.
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, Ketanji Brown, she's a Supreme Court justice that couldn't define a woman also. And I just think that's really ridiculous. But as far as this girl goes that was singing the national anthem, I wouldn't say she was singing it, but she probably had about a pint of moonshine before she started that. Okay. I could tell by the way she was singing that because it sounded like she was doing a karaoke audition or something. But yeah, it was pretty plain that she had something to drink before that because she was slurring when she was singing and everything. I listened to a part of it, and they played it this morning. I believe it was on 700. They were playing it on there.
Oh, yeah?
This morning. But, yeah. And that was part of their little news portion there.
Okay.
But, yeah, and it was ridiculous. And, yeah, she's probably been given the word to take some rehab if she didn't decide it on her own. But, yeah, she had really been drinking. It was pretty obvious. But we've learned some new information, like we talked about last night.
Right.
Today, we learned that there's this pitch of the roof policy that she's trying to introduce it as a policy. In other words, that her Secret Service agents aren't supposed to get on a roof with a pitch on the roof like that. But the higher pitch was the one that
right. The snipers were on.
Her secret, that the snipers were on a different roof and they had a higher pitch. So it's strange why she would even post 3 inside the building that the shooter was on top of the building as well. And neither one of them went to the top where the shooter was. So, and then there was one local police, I believe it was named the local police, that confronted the shooter going up the ladder that the shooter had purchased earlier in the day. He had purchased that ladder earlier in the day along with 50 rounds of ammo. I'd learned that today too as well. And on top of that, Jill Biden had an event in Pittsburgh that very afternoon, and Kamala Harris had another event that afternoon before the Trump rally at another location in Pennsylvania. I didn't remember her location, but both of them, Kamala Harris, the vice president, and Jill Biden, the president pro tempore, I guess you could say, she was in Pittsburgh at an event, that very day. So that both of them draw Secret Service to their events as well. Now, Trump, he is the biggest event, he and they're saying now that they had upped his security because Iran became a threat as well. Iran is in the mix now. They have broke the news that Iran is looking for Donald Trump.
So, I mean, isn't that comical that if they had upped the security, if that was additional security and the way things ultimately unfolded, that adds insult to injury.
Absolutely. Yes. They are really in bad shape. Our Secret Service is not capable of doing their job right now. And Iran knows it, so they're looking for a way in. And we can look for another event. Something is about to happen. I don't know what, but it's bad. I don't know. They better be vigilant. Everybody, anybody that's going to an event that's got a lot of people involved in it, you better be vigilant wherever you're going. I don't know where it's at. If I plan on going to an event, I'm going to be, looking around. And there's, especially if you have any kind of dignitary, and Donald Trump in particular.
Yep.
So just keep your eyes open and be watching. because these people reported this young man 30 minutes, at least 30 minutes prior to the start of this event. And nobody caught him. Nobody got a hold of him. Nobody came that close to him except for one. And he decided that he didn't want no part of it, so he went back down the ladder. Now, nobody's interviewed him yet, so we don't know his story just yet.
Correct.
What he has to say about it. But it can't be good. Yeah, it's got to be another excuse of some kind of excuse. But this is ridiculous, and it shows that our Secret Service is not ready. And that's the plain issue right there. Now, of course, they shot the boy. They shot the young man. But he was so close to killing former President Donald Trump. He was so close to it. And it was the act of God that prevented that. So, plus he killed a member of the audience, and he injured two along with that. So, he caused big damage there, and along with the traumatization of everybody that was there. And people on TV watching it were traumatized.
Yeah.
I felt bad about it. I still feel bad about it. And now Trump is wearing a patch on his ear, and he's a hero, but he could have easily been gone as well. And and plus Iran is looking for him too, and who knows who else. So we've got a big problem on that, and Joe Biden has brought all of this on, and he's just really, and Kamala Harris with this debate coming with J.D. Vance, she's going to be harping on abortion, and that's about her only case that she's got. But I have a feeling that J.D. Vance is going to really
mop the floor.
know what to say. He'll know exactly what to say to counter anything, any cackle or whatever she's going to do. She displays to me that she is a serial pot smoker. She just really, I believe that she is a pot smoker. Honestly, I do. I believe she smokes pot, and she is a regular on that. She is constantly smoking pot, and people don't know just exactly how extensive it is, but I believe she is a serial pot smoker.
Well, just because she laughs so much is the fact that everything's funny. Everything.
Yeah, she says her things that she says too as well, Steve. She repeats her phrase.
Oh, the word salad.
Over and over again.
The word salad.
The word salad.
Yeah.
She does that over and over and over again at different events. And she's saying the same word salad over and over and over again, the phrases that she uses. And that's a typical look on a pot smoker. Now I know that I'm not going to go too far with this, but she is a vice president of the United States. Okay? She shouldn't be doing that. All right? Really. She's not your Joe Blow citizen out here just wanting to be relaxed. Be relaxed. She's not that. She's the vice president of the United States. She needs to be ready. All right? So that's not being ready, what she's doing. And it's obvious. So I'll just leave it up. Leave it at that. Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sometimes we can make assumptions. That's nothing official, but who knows? We do know Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton this past day is talking about the incompetence, the security incompetence that allowed Trump to be nearly assassinated. He said it is shocking. It does not make sense to me that the building was unsecure. It's a 130-yard shot. Recreational hunters can make that shot. I can make that shot. Probably more than 90% of the time. I'd be able to make that shot. I'm not going to miss that shot. It's too close. So it's shocking to me that this was some type of just incompetence. It does not make sense that they would allow that building to be unsecured, that they would see the shooter, that other people would see the shooter, and that nothing was done with President Trump. He wasn't taken off the stage, even as a precaution. I don't know how to explain that any other way than they just let it happen. They go into, we know how it all unfolded. We don't need to rehash that. All right, so most Americans have the same questions. It is 844-844-3388. And plenty of room for you. So the election just around the corner. Apparently, some sort of announcement is forthcoming maybe today. President Biden preparing to propose a major Supreme Court overhaul. Okay, not necessarily in the coming weeks. That would include term limits for justices and what they call an enforceable ethics code, according to a Washington Post report this past day. Biden is also weighing whether to call for a constitutional amendment to eliminate broad presidential immunity. Why would he want to do that? During a call with the Congressional Progressive Caucus over the weekend, Biden said there will be some form of Supreme Court reform that he is going to unveil or seek. Didn't give any specifics during that particular phone call. We'll give you more on what we do know coming up here, though. And again, it is 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we head into a brand new day, midweek. Hump Day coming on. Time to get a news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunton in Mumbai. United States security authorities obtained intelligence in recent weeks of a plot by Iran to try to assassinate Donald Trump. There is, however, no confirmed connection to the man who attempted to kill the former president on Saturday. Benji Hire reports.
A hostile threat from any foreign government would be alarming at any time. But that it's been disclosed now in a CNN exclusive shortly after an actual assassination attempt, well, that is extraordinary. Especially when you consider this. The Secret Service was made aware of the plot before the weekend's shooting and had actually increased security around Donald Trump in light of the intelligence. Iran has repeatedly vowed revenge for one of the first acts of Trump's presidency, the US military's killing of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Iranian military's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in January 2020. Penjihaya, Washington.
Thai police are investigating the deaths of 6 foreign nationals whose bodies were found in a room at an upmarket hotel in Bangkok on Tuesday. Authorities are looking for a 7th person in connection with the incident. Laura Westbrook has more.
Police said that 6 people who are of Vietnamese descent with 2 carrying US passports had checked into Bangkok's Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel over the weekend. They were found dead inside one room. Police said they did not show signs of physical violence and were exploring the possibility that they were poisoned. Cups with white powder were located in the room. The US State Department said it was closely monitoring the situation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Japan has completed a 7th round of treated nuclear water discharge from the crippled power plant at Fukushima. It began slowly releasing more than 1 million tons of water used to cool fuel inside the wrecked nuclear reactors in August last year. Chris Gilbert reports.
Another 7,800 tons of nuclear wastewater, treated to strip it of radioactive elements, has been trickled into the Pacific Ocean in this latest discharge, which began in late June. While it's the 7th release in total since the project began last year, it's only the 3rd for the fiscal year 2024, with at least 4 more coming. Before discharge, the contaminated water is passed through an advanced liquid processing system called ALPS that removes most radionuclides, apart from tritium, which cannot be separated from water. So it's diluted with 1,000 times as much seawater before being released. The project is being monitored by the UN watchdog, the IAEA, but it has raised the ire of many countries, including China, which maintains a blanket ban on all Japanese seafood imports. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Where we leave off there, the Supreme Court. Now, let's say Biden had previously shunned calls to overhaul the top court by implementing term limits or expanding the number of seats on the bench, a.k.a. packing the court. Some Democrats have made calls for the changes after, of course, Trump's appointment of 3 conservative justices. But any such reform would need congressional support. In a posting on social media, Truth Social, this past evening, Trump took aim at the Democrats and their motives for tinkering with the high court. He says the radical left, or Democrats, are desperately trying to play the ref by calling for an illegal and unconstitutional attack on our sacred United States Supreme Court. The reason these communists are so despondent is that their unlawful witch hunts are failing everywhere. The Democrats are attempting to interfere in the presidential election and destroy our justice system by attacking their political opponent, me, and our honorable Supreme Court. We have to fight for our fair, independent courts and protect our country. Now, back in October of last year, there were a group of legal experts that expressed their support for an 18-year term limit for Supreme Court justices. I think that, to me, that sounds fair. I mean, I think we all agree that these lifetime appointments, especially when they're getting, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, they're getting up there so far in age to where they're like in cognitive decline, kind of like Joe Biden is right now. I mean, is 18 years? That sounds fair. I don't know. What do you say? It is 844-844-3388. Morning, Pappy.
No, you hit the nail on the head there, Steve. I don't know. I'd say maybe 20 years. You know, I think that's plenty of time to serve on the Supreme Court. Might not be opposed to that. However, you hit the nail on the head. They ain't happy what's going on, though, Steve. It's their own people. I mean, listen, these decisions are coming down are like, 9-3, 8, 9 of them, 8 of them agreeing. The big one, Steve, we haven't talked about too much because of the events that unfolded last weekend. Take a big guess. I'm sure you heard it. The classified doc charges against Trump have been dismissed.
I did. I did share that. That might have been when you were away last night. I know you missed a little bit. Yes, that was the big case Monday. They threw it out. So Chuck Schumer was going back crap crazy over that.
I guess they found that prosecutor was an unconstitutional appointment. Steve, I mean, we talked about that, Ray, too, before, and things the FBI were doing. Just corruption out the wazoo. Man, Steve, Miss Kimberly Chattel needs to resign in disgrace or be fired. But the big guy won't do that because she's a DEI hire.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't put nobody on that roof because of the pitch of the roof. Come on, Steve.
The roof that snipers were on had double the pitch of that one.
Steve, she's either totally incompetent and or both lying. I think it's the latter. Or is it both? So we got a Secret Service director that is willing to sit there in an interview and lie to the American people. Scary stuff, Steve.
Yep.
Kind of like, that comment I made the other night, you create the environment, you create the ability, you create all the incompetency for something like this to happen, because do you want it to happen? And man, I'll tell you what, you hit the nail on the head again, talking about, hey, we beefed it up when we found out about Iran. You mean to tell me you beefed it up?
And it was that bad.
And that bad? What's worse here, man? Steve, I don't know, man. I'm really, I'm telling you, the Secret Service, man, or not Secret Service, the CIA, these deep state people have the ability to pick who they want that shooter to be, make him disappear, and then put that person on that roof. You follow me?
Yeah.
Supposedly, some word coming out that he was Antifa supporter now.
That was the American Thinker.
Steve,
Somebody
listen,
sent that to me. I said that I haven't seen anything official, but I mean the American Thinker. I know that's a conservative, website or whatever, saying that he had an Instagram account that he identified as Antifa. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I said, though, it's really not him on that roof. I'm not saying it ain't. I'm just saying they got the ability to do it. You see the video of him, the new video release? They actually have him while he's alive on that roof. Did you see that?
Yes.
Blows my mind, man. Blows my mind how this happened. I hate to say it, Steve. The more I think about it, man, the more you sit here and really think about all the screw-ups. How can you screw up that bad unless you want something to happen? I don't know, brother. Man, that's all I got for tonight, Steve. Unless you got any questions, man, I got to roll some more squares for Wednesday and Thursday. Got the laundry done, so that's all I got, brother. I appreciate you taking the call, man.
All right, thanks for chiming in. Have a good morning. It's a lot of misinformation, disinformation. It's pretty typical. Those things happen, but. A little bit of space news. What do we see? Scientists, they tell us, have confirmed there is a cave on the moon, not far from where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed 55 years ago. And they suspect there are hundreds more that could potentially house future astronauts. An Italian-led team reported Monday there is evidence of a sizable cave accessible from the deepest known pit on the moon. It's located at the Sea of Tranquility, about 250 miles from Apollo 11's landing site. The pit, like the more than 200 others discovered up there, was created by the collapse of a lava tube. Researchers analyzed radar measurements by NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and compared the results with lava tubes here on Earth. Their findings appearing in the journal Nature Astronomy. Radar data reveals only the initial part of the underground cavity, according to the scientist. They estimate it's at least 130 feet wide and tens of yards long, maybe more. Lunar caves have remained a mystery for over 50 years, so it was exciting to be able to finally prove the existence of one. Most of the pits seem to be located in the moon's ancient lava plains. There also could be some at the moon's south pole, which is the planned location of NASA's astronaut landings later this decade. Permanently shadowed craters there are believed to hold frozen water that could provide drinking water and rocket fuel. During NASA's Apollo program, 12 astronauts landed on the moon. These findings suggest there could be hundreds of pits on the moon and thousands of lava tubes. Such places could serve as a natural shelter for astronauts, protecting them from cosmic rays and solar radiation, as well as from micrometeorite strikes. Now, building habitats from scratch would be more time-consuming and challenging, even when you factor in the potential need of reinforcing the cave walls to prevent a collapse, the team said. It is 844-844-3388. Back into...
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I did a quick search. See what I could find about this, any ties to Antifa. Yeah, I'm looking at a Reuters fact check, which says an Italian sports writer and video blogger has been falsely identified on social media as the shooter at the campaign rally Saturday. False post surfacing online, identified as an Antifa extremist. This guy's name is Mark Violets. There's a screenshot on X featuring a photograph of an individual wearing a black hat and glasses. Stating, breaking, Butler police confirms the arrest of Mark Violets, identified as the Trump shooter, a known Antifa extremist. Before the attack, he uploaded a video on YouTube claiming justice was coming. That's not the individual. So, I guess the American Thinker Post, and this is where all this. Yeah, a lot of things you see on the internet, misinformation, disinformation. I've seen nothing official from any law enforcement as the FBI and the forensics are all scouring through his phone. I don't know if they were able to get into his tablet yet. Nothing saying he had any ties to any groups. That's all they're saying is we can't find any motive. Can't figure out why. So we'll leave that there. All right, Eagle, what you got for us?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got a couple things to say. First of all, I want to thank that one caller who called in, and he said he was a new caller. He said first time calling in, and he said some good things about me. So if he's listening to me, I appreciate what he had to say, and hopefully he'll call back in and see what he got to say about some issues. Now, I just learned about this information, Steve, a little bit earlier than what you had said. So now, after hearing this news, now I'm going back complete. I might even change the whole deal. Now they say that Iran is involved in this situation. Iran has said today that Donald Trump is on their hit list. Well, if that's the case, I remember I told you earlier in my first phone call that Trump shouldn't do any more outdoor venues, rallies. Well, he definitely don't need to do no more outdoor rallies. Now, it's not bad enough you got a domestic terrorist in the U.S. Now you got somebody that's international when they shouldn't be in the damn country to begin with. If Joe Biden would have been doing his job, there shouldn't be nobody from the U.S. in Iran to begin with. We shouldn't even be talking about Iran because the damn border should have been closed. I've been talking to you for this about 3 years already. There shouldn't be nobody in the U.S. affiliated with Iranian terrorist organizations in the U.S. But you and I both know damn well, no telling how many of those individuals in the U.S. now. So now Donald Trump got to worry about these people. So if that's the case, Steve, those outdoor venues are totally off limits as far as I'm concerned. I'm about ready to say not to even do no indoor rallies at this point because this is a very bad situation, Steve. This is bad. Just like Pappy said and you said in your earlier call, all this took place on Saturday, Steve, with these people knowing that Iran had threw their name in the hat. They had increased the security, and you see what they did on Saturday. If that's what you call increased security for Donald Trump, right, then Trump is in big trouble. If they increase the security for Trump over that situation. So, like I said, I didn't know about Iran jumping in the deal and looking for Trump, but I knew that they were upset about he had eliminated somebody when he was in the White House, and they had said they were going to pay Trump back for eliminating that guy. I don't know what the guy's name. I forgot what his name was.
Soleimani.
But I remember Trump eliminated that guy. What's his name? Soleimani?
Soleimani. That's him. Yep.
Hello?
Yep, that's him.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, they want to pay. They won't pay back for that. So now Trump got to worry about these people looking for him. So, but here's some news that I don't know if you reported on this, Steve. I learned this while you had me on hold. At the Republican convention, police terminated a guy today. A guy was shot blocks away in Milwaukee, and then they said that they discovered a man with a rifle that was trying to get close to the convention. So you got maniacs that's on the loose in Milwaukee right now. They said that the police killed a man today that was close to the arena where this convention is taking place. Maybe you can check up on that during the break. But this is a very, very dangerous situation right now, Steve. Donald Trump, I'm saying prayers for the man, and everybody that wants Trump, they better say prayers for this guy because he's definitely on the hit list, and he needs to, for his safety, he better hire him some people that's got his back and that's got his best interest at hand. Like I said before, we already know that this Secret Service woman is employed by Joe Biden, and he ain't got the guts to get rid of her like he should, and she ain't going to retire. She ain't going to resign, which she should do, because it was an epic failure on her part, and anybody else would have been terminated for what happened on Saturday. So, like I said before, Steve, we got some dangerous things going on right now. I hope Donald Trump can make it to the election or make it to January of next year, but it's very dire circumstances right now. So maybe you could check up on that news that I just told you about what occurred at the convention in Milwaukee today, where two individuals, armed individuals, were terminated or apprehended that were trying to get close to the convention. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, I had seen the headline of the guy that was shot, and that was about a mile away from the convention center. That was described as a homeless individual that was wielding knives. So somebody just, these people have mental disorders. Many of the homeless people out there have mental issues. Don't think that had any correlation to the convention at all. Now, the other, which I had not heard that about someone armed. I guess this just popped up from MSN or NBC here a couple of hours ago. A man arrested near the Republican National Convention security zone on Monday. Was concealing a firearm in a tactical backpack, according to police. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon Monday. Again, the Milwaukee police said in a statement, police determined the 21-year-old man did not have a permit to carry a concealed weapon. The arrest was about 2 blocks outside the vehicle screening perimeter of the convention. Law enforcement spotted the man whose identity authorities have not released as of Tuesday night. They determined he looked suspicious. Police initially observed the suspect looking suspicious, wearing a ski mask and a large tactical backpack on the street. The subject stop was conducted by U.S. Capitol Police. According to Milwaukee Police, Capitol Police did not answer specific questions about the arrest Tuesday. A Milwaukee County spokesperson who fielded an inquiry for the district attorney also referred questions to police. The police department not answering questions about what type of gun was involved. It's an ongoing investigation. So this is the information available at this time, they said. Of course, this just 2 days after Trump was targeted for an assassination attempt. On Tuesday, yesterday, police from Columbus, Ohio, shot a man who they say was holding 2 knives and moving towards another man he was arguing with. The officers were in Milwaukee to help with convention security. And so that was the shooting that took place. It was police from Columbus who were in Milwaukee assisting there that shot that guy that was wielding the knives. That was the homeless guy that was fighting with somebody else. And that was about a mile from the convention venue there as well. It's a couple of events. I guess the one that would raise my eyebrows is the guy with the ski mask and a tactical backpack with a concealed weapon. Very close to the convention center. Okay. We'll get a news break and back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Former US Ambassador to the UN and Donald Trump's last standing primary challenger, Nikki Haley, has formally endorsed the former president in a speech at the Republican National Convention. Another of Mr. Trump's former rivals, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, roused the Republican delegates as he also voiced his full support. Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
Nikki Haley frequently criticised Donald Trump on the campaign trail, describing him as unhinged and chaotic. But as he watched, she told the convention hall that had changed, projecting a unified party.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Ron DeSantis' hard right talking points may not have been enough for him to beat Trump to the nomination, but they received a much stronger response from the crowd than Haley's talk of unity. The night's theme, Make America Safe Once Again, put a spotlight on border security. Delegates also heard from everyday Americans whose lives had been affected by crime. Kate Fisher, Washington.
6 people have died and hundreds have been injured after mass protests by students in Bangladesh turned violent. Protesting students want the government to end a decades-old quota system for families of veterans who fought in Bangladesh's War of Independence in 1971. Neha Punya reports.
Protesters say they will hold a procession on Wednesday to condemn the deaths of students and have asked more demonstrators to join their march. Bangladesh's Education Ministry says as a precaution all universities, colleges and secondary schools will stay shut in the country till further notice. Students have been protesting for days now, condemning a court's decision to reinstate a quota system for government jobs. The affirmative action was scrapped in 2018 after widespread protests, but was recently brought back. Angry protesters say it is impacting their ability to win government jobs, and they've questioned the transparency of the system. Neha Punya, New Delhi.
The UK's new Labour government is setting out legislative plans it says will take the brakes off Britain. It's unveiling dozens of bills in Wednesday's state opening of Parliament with a major focus on the economy. The opposition Conservatives say they will hold the government to account over its promises. Government Minister Lisa Nandy says pledges made in the election campaign will be followed through.
We fully intend to make good on our promises and our commitments. Every single thing that we put in our manifesto, we've costed, we know we can deliver, and we are going to deliver.
Japan's completed a 7th round of treated nuclear water discharge from the crippled power plant at Fukushima. It began slowly releasing more than 1 million tonnes of water used to cool fuel inside the wrecked nuclear reactors in August of last year. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Thai police are investigating the deaths of 6 foreign nationals whose bodies were found in a room at a hotel in Bangkok on Tuesday. Authorities are looking for a 7th person in connection with the incident. Laura Westbrook reports.
Police said that 6 people who are of Vietnamese descent with 2 carrying US passports had checked into Bangkok's Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel over the weekend. They were found dead inside one room. Police said they did not show signs of physical violence and were exploring the possibility that they were poisoned. Cups with white powder were located in the room. The US State Department said it was closely monitoring the situation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Senior US Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty of 16 counts he faced in a federal corruption trial. Menendez was accused of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for using his political influence to benefit foreign governments. Mitch McCann reports.
During the 9-week trial, prosecutors said that Bob Menendez and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. They said that they were payments for the couple's participation in various bribery schemes involving 3 businessmen. In exchange for the cash and gifts, they said that Menendez helped steer billions of dollars in aid to Egypt and sought to interfere in criminal investigations involving 2 of the other businessmen involved, among other allegations. When prosecutors raided the Menendez home in 2022, they found more than a dozen gold bars, $500,000 in cash, and a Mercedes-Benz car. Menendez's lawyers claim there was no evidence that the cash or gold bars were bribes as opposed to being gifts. The 70-year-old, who is running for re-election to the Senate, could be jailed for the rest of his life at his sentencing in late October. Mitch McCann, New York.
You can find lots more of our reporting at our Facebook page. Search Feature Story News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour as we roll into a Wednesday. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you on board. Now let me get to Eskimo Mom. Just got an update. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. And I hate to tell you, over here on 64, it's raining right now, which I'm going to ugh. But oh well. Well, we could all use it. But I have an update on 57. I talked to his beautiful wife Sue here earlier, aka Mom, and she was telling me that that if it wasn't for her falling, rescue squad, God only knows what would have happened to him. And he is at home. He has to wear a shock vest, and they try to get his heart back in rhythm. He does have a stent in his heart. And he's pretty much, and unfortunately he's been forced to hang up the keys now, and he's going to get his Social Security, and he's just going to try to enjoy retirement now as best he can.
How about
that?
that?
And right now he's a little. Sue's wife is doing more of the talking right now because that heart attack and him being shocked is taking a lot out of him. So he's getting stronger every day. And he said that and Sue said that the kids have come in and their kids have been helping out, making sure they got plenty to eat, and be able to get stuff done around the house, get cleanup work done and stuff like that.
So I kind of wondered about, I knew that as long as he had to wear like the shock vest or whatever, he wouldn't be able to drive truck. We'd kind of speculated about that. So it's official. He's done driving, huh?
Yep. If you talk to horse feathers will tell you it's at least 6 months or better before you can get back in the truck after a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much 5'7" is just going to hang the keys up, and he's going to enjoy retirement.
Well, I appreciate the update.
Live out his days.
Sure. Maybe when he gets to feeling better, one of these nights he can call in and say hi. I guess right now I assume he's probably trying to rest a lot, right?
Yes, the heart issue it's taken a lot out of him, and he's just really, really tired, really, really weak right now.
Okay.
And hopefully every single day he does get stronger. But he and Sue, they're enjoying all the time they're spending together now.
All right. Well, I appreciate the update there. So everything else going all right in your world? You're starting your new week here, right? Monday. Happy Monday.
Oh yes, happy Monday. And I had a nice little staycation. It was nice and quiet. I didn't do a whole heck of a lot. Just did a little running around and be able to just chill out, relax, not do a whole bunch, and just stay inside the air conditioning because it's been just too dabbling hot to be out there doing too much.
All right. Well, thank you for the update, Eskimo Mom. And if you have a chance to chat with 5'7", tell them we all said hello. And get better, one day at a time, right? Let me see. Pappy had forwarded to me, I guess, what Dan Bongino, posting, I guess this is via X. How to fix the Secret Service. The Beginner's Guide to Fixing the Secret Service. Mandatory monthly requalifications for both pistol and long gun courses, in addition to mandatory monthly physical fitness testing. All qualification metrics should be the same for male and female agents. U.S. Secret Service protectees' heights and weights don't change for male versus female agents, so neither should the standard. Security assets should be allocated based on threat levels, not titles. Assassins don't care about titles, they care about death. Merge the Agent and Uniform Division Special Operation Teams. Agents can't currently act as dog handlers or counter-sniper officers, and UD officers cannot serve on the counter-assault team, I believe it says. Lastly, turn over the investigation functions of the Secret Service to other federal agencies and have the field offices focus exclusively on threat mitigation, training, protective intelligence, and physical protection. Scrap all of these cancerous diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and salary enhancements for supervisors. Merit should be the only guiding principle when it involves the lives of the country's critical political figures. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe number one on that list should have been scrap all these cancerous DEI BS initiatives. But it's all in there, so I don't know, I kind of wonder, with his experience and his knowledge, I think Dan would want a job. You think Trump might be willing to hire Dan as put him in charge if he were to get reelected there. Good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, God's children. How's everyone doing out there? Praise God. Steak sauce, God bless you, brother. My little nickname for 5-7, because when I eat steak, and if it's not all that great, I like using 5-7 steak sauce. But God bless you, brother. I know that was a tough decision to have to hang up the keys. It's not good whenever your health determines, is the determining factor to have to hang up the keys. I know Dirty Diapers, God rest his soul. He didn't want to hang him up. He was 82, and he still wanted to drive. But cancer decided otherwise, and I hate that for Terry Birkenstock that's had to happen. But hopefully, and I know that God's got a plan, so He's always in control. Well, Steve, I want to address a few things if you don't mind. And first off, I don't know if this has been addressed by you. I missed the last couple of days of the show, and I'll get into what that meant, what that means here in a moment. I don't know if any other caller has addressed this issue, but I want to personally address this issue. Now, Steve, this show goes beyond the podcast. To my knowledge, we're still on terrestrial radio, correct? We are on AM band and FM band. Am I correct in saying that?
I believe so. Can't say for certain. I believe so.
Well, I know we're on the Talk of the Cajun Prairie. I forget the call numbers. And I know we're in Emporia and a couple others. I don't know what the Joliet, Illinois deal worked out for us or not. I was praying that it did, because that would have gave us a whole multi-million people audience. But what I'm trying to say is we had a caller call up Thursday night, Friday morning, and he always calls and he let the F-bomb drop. Now, as the late great Chuck and Bozo would say, and I'm going to address this driver, Mr. Driver, this is not the Swift terminal, the one that used to be off of Winchester. You're not in there holding court, cussing up a storm. You don't drive a 97 or 96 Freightliner Century class no more. Them days are over for you. This isn't Channel 19 where you can just key up the microphone and go drop F-bomb this, F-bomb that. This is a radio show also a podcast. And if we're on terrestrial radio, AM and FM band, this show falls under FCC guidelines. And doing something so intelligent as what you did, dropping the F-bomb, can get this show into a lot of trouble. Steve, the last time I looked up the fines from the FCC for letting F-bombs and foul language go was $350,000.
Right.
Now, I could maybe someone want to fact check me on that, but and you know maybe folks could say, well, Hot Shot Secret's got a lot of money. Yeah, I'm sure that they do.
Well, I mean,
but,
one of the
Steve Summers doesn't have the whole.
What are the prerequisites?
Go ahead, Steve.
One of the prerequisites to being on terrestrial radio is you have to have the good old dump button, as they call it, which everything feeding them is on a delay. Yes. And yes, I caught that. So if you were listening on say the app or on the internet, it doesn't dump there, but it dumps the feed that goes to terrestrial radio. So nobody on. Yeah, we are safe there. We've got a 10-second delay built in there. So, yes.
Good. That's wonderful. Yes. So that covers us right there. But the fact of the matter is, you know, when you call a radio show, be intelligent. All right. This isn't Channel 19. You're not at the Swift terminal holding court, ranting and raving about. And number two. Also, no other driver messed you up in life. You know, I was an owner-operator just like you were. And decisions we made during the Bush-Cheney administration, let me get that correct, Cheney-Bush administration, because Dick Cheney really ran this country. Bush was the figurehead, is what cost us being an owner-operator. Now, I know you call up the show, you say what you're going to say, and look, some of it is insightful. I will agree. Some of it makes sense. But to blame other drivers for your misfortunes in life, nah. You don't need to call up and blame nobody but yourself. As I blame myself, the reason why I'm not the owner-operator anymore. And thank God I'm not. You know, I like being the yes man, the company man. And I've been a company man for 19 years, praise God. And like I said, you know, if you want to call up members of the show afterwards and drop the F-bomb and all that stuff, then be my guest. But please, be an intelligent caller. You know, leave the potty mouth behind. Don't call up Steve Summers' show and use, as Spock would say on Star Trek, the fourth movie, colorful metaphors. You know, be an intelligent caller, speak the normal English language, not what these millennials or Gen Z or Y, whatever they call now, wants to say with every other word being a cuss word. And Carl, I agree with you 100%. Kamala Harris is definitely hits the devil's lettuce, and I'm convinced of that. Now, on to more important things. I had to write a passage this past Monday. You see everything I posted on Facebook, Steve?
I don't think I've caught that yet. No.
Okay. Well, I had to write a passage, and some of our other callers will get together sometimes, and about 4 or 5 of us getting a group call, conference call, as I like to call it. And well, I had my first colonoscopy, and I wanted to tell people it wasn't as it wasn't as bad as I thought. You know, the only thing I didn't like, and the prep wasn't that bad, but they gave me cranberry flavor. Now, Steve, I'm kind of a weird person with things I don't like to eat. And I won't get into that, but one of the things I don't like is cranberry. I don't even eat cranberry sauce during Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. I just don't like it.
Me either.
And they gave me cranberry. I looked at, well, that's 2 of us in. I don't care for it. I don't like it. Never have ever since I was a kid. And so they gave me cranberry flavor. I looked at my wife. I'm like, oh, God, I could have drink this. Oh boy, it was. Steve, it was like. And for all you that are Jack Daniels fans, God help you. I'm not a Jack Daniels fan. Matter of fact, I had to stop listening. I like listening to Mark Calloway, a.k.a. The Undertaker, 6 Feet Under podcast. And when him and the Godfather started talking about all the bottles of Jack Daniels, I had to stop listening to it because I thought I was going to pull over and throw up because I just not a Jack Daniels person. I mean, I'm a teetotaler now. I mean, the only strong drink I drink is that Holy Ghost water. Praise God for that. But I muscled through it, and Steve, it was all nice and comfortable. I mean, Jesus Christ was right there with me during the whole thing. They found one polyp, which he told me looked to be benign, but they're going to send it off, get it tested. And I have some diverticulosis, not diverticulitis, but diverticulosis. And told me don't eat too much peanuts or almonds, and which I can't really eat that much. It just kills me when I eat that. But other than that, praise God. I'm going to be here a while unless the Lord has other plans. So, but yeah, that was a rite of passage. I know Scarecrow said he's got one coming up here soon, the old kaleidoscope. But yeah, I mean, they told me to lay on my left side, was just how I sleep anyways, and I was comfortable. I mean, it was just like I was going to bed and everything. And they put that the anesthesiologist injected that stuff in my IV, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up like I just dozed off and took a nap. I'm waking up and I'm seeing a beautiful nurse. I'm like, well, hello, gorgeous. You're not my wife. What are you doing here? You know? But I woke up. I wasn't, funny feeling like, just normal everyday brother Rambler. Steve, want to mention, praise God, that we're looking forward to our baptismal service. Man, we're getting excited about that. July 28th at Presley's outing. We got a spot set aside, made a little video about it. I'm going to be promoting that video some more, and we're looking forward to that. And Steve, we just had a great service this past Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. We got into and I won't get off of the deep end with this. We got into what happened to President Trump. According to Revelation chapter 13, Steve, this is going to happen again. And I believe this is a prelude to what the Lord is trying to show us. This time, and we're not calling Trump the Antichrist here, but this time, when you see something like this, it's going to be, according to Revelation chapter 13, the beast will have a giant gaping wound to his head, which means it's going to be, everyone's going to see it, everyone's going to see him assassinated, and miraculously, through the power of Satan, he's going to be healed.
Oh.
The wound, and everyone's going to, go to Revelation chapter 13. You could read this for yourself. And if you can't understand the King James Version, go to the American Standard Version. Because that, maybe it'll make more sense to you. But yeah, it'll show that one of his heads is going to be wounded to death and miraculously healed. And what the Lord had me say is, okay, if you're left behind after the rapture and you say, I don't follow Jesus Christ, what would make me follow the Antichrist? Well, there's going to be total destruction when the rapture happens. And I'm not going to discuss, pre-trip, mid-trip, any kind of doctrine. Let's just say we're all going to take a trip, and that's going to be very soon. If you're left behind, and you're left behind because you don't know the Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, and if you're left behind and you don't follow Christ, well, you're going to be following him because he's going to have a plan in place through the power of Satan to fix all the damage that's going to be done. And you're going to be loving this person because, they took total world chaos and made it a peaceful place again. But then you're going to see this person, who the Antichrist will be, assassinated, and miraculously he will be healed, and you're going to worship him as if he's Christ and even take his mark, which is the mark of the beast, 666. But that's enough of that. You want to hear more about it, go to Determined Ministries Church on Facebook, Steve. We have it right there at 5 o'clock p.m. every Sunday evening, and you could definitely find it out now. Now, before I go, Steve, I want to tell you about this awesome website. I'm looking at it right now. OvernightDriveRadio.com.
There you
Overnight
go.
Drive Radio. That's radio in there.
Yep.
.com. Steve, I did not know that this travel mug is 30 ounces. 30-ounce travel mug, and you know what? $19.95. Steve, that is a great deal for a travel mug. It really is. And like you said, it keeps everything good and cold. But the thing I like the most is your T-shirts. My God. You can go, and there's 3 reviews. And I want to challenge you. If you buy a T-shirt for $14.85, that does not include shipping and handling, please leave a 5-star review. There hasn't been a review on our T-shirts, Steve, and since 2021. We need more T-shirts sold. They come in black, and they support the show. And, Steve, as I said time and time before, you can support the show by paying 50 cents, buy yourself a sticker. Other than that, God's children, go check out OvernightDriveRadio.com. They also got deals on the Hot Shot, and they have them in the dual packs. We love you, God's children, and I want you to remember this. Love it just not. Love it just more than just a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do appreciate all the prayers. Please support the show. Don't call up having a potty mouth. Okay, please be an intelligent caller, make intelligent conversations. We love you, God's children, and Steve, I'll talk to you before the week is over. God bless you, everyone.
All
Bye
right,
now.
good to hear from you, Brother Rambler. Yeah, I see. When I hit the big 5-0, I had my first colonoscopy, the rite of passage. I think the worst part to me was the prep, like everybody always says, the prep. And I think they, much like Brother Rambler, I think they found a polyp. I think they might have that cut one off, and then a long story short, I think they wanted me to go back in 5 years. Well, I'm 59 now, and I haven't gone back. Every time I go in for my annual physical, doctor's like, well, okay, have you... They wanted to see you in 5 years, and when I saw him a few weeks ago, I said, Doc, I still have, you got the prescription to contact a gastroenterology. I said, I still got the prescription right there on my desk. It's been laying there for a year. I said, do I have to do it? He said, you don't have to do anything. Yeah, but what you had was considered to be like a pre-cancerous. It wasn't cancer yet, but they wanted to see it back, so I'd recommend. I got to get it done, right? Hey, we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunton in Mumbai. United States security authorities obtained intelligence in recent weeks of a plot by Iran to try to assassinate Donald Trump. There is, however, no confirmed connection to the man who attempted to kill the former president on Saturday. Benji Hire reports.
A hostile threat from any foreign government would be alarming at any time. But that it's been disclosed now in a CNN exclusive, shortly after an actual assassination attempt, well, that is extraordinary. Especially when you consider this. The Secret Service was made aware of the plot before the weekend's shooting and had actually increased security around Donald Trump in light of the intelligence. Iran has repeatedly vowed revenge for one of the first acts of Trump's presidency, the US military's killing of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Iranian military's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in January 2020. Penjihaya, Washington.
Thai police are investigating the deaths of 6 foreign nationals whose bodies were found in a room at an upmarket hotel in Bangkok on Tuesday. Authorities are looking for a 7th person in connection with the incident. Laura Westbrook has more.
Police said that 6 people who are of Vietnamese descent with 2 carrying US passports had checked into Bangkok's Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel over the weekend. They were found dead inside one room. Police said they did not show signs of physical violence and were exploring the possibility that they were poisoned. Cups with white powder were located in the room. The US State Department said it was closely monitoring the situation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Japan has completed a 7th round of treated nuclear water discharge from the crippled power plant at Fukushima. It began slowly releasing more than 1 million tons of water used to cool fuel inside the wrecked nuclear reactors in August last year. Chris Gilbert reports.
Another 7,800 tons of nuclear wastewater, treated to strip it of radioactive elements, has been trickled into the Pacific Ocean in this latest discharge, which began in late June. While it's the 7th release in total since the project began last year, it's only the 3rd for the fiscal year 2024, with at least 4 more coming. Before discharge, the contaminated water is passed through an advanced liquid processing system called ALPS that removes most radionuclides, apart from tritium, which cannot be separated from water. So it's diluted with 1,000 times as much seawater before being released. The project is being monitored by the UN watchdog, the IAEA, but has raised the ire of many countries, including China, which maintains a blanket ban on all Japanese seafood imports. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For those familiar with the comedic actor Jack Black, are you familiar with him? He's also got a band, a rock band. Tenacious D, I believe the name of it. He has canceled their tour thanks to his bandmate Kyle Gass, who made a comment on stage just after the assassination attempt of former President Trump. He posted on his Instagram page yesterday morning, quote, "I was blindsided by what was said at the show on Sunday. I would never condone hate speech or encourage political violence in any form. After much reflection, I no longer feel it is appropriate to continue the Tenacious D tour, and all future creative plans are on hold. I'm grateful to the fans for their support and understanding. During the band's concert in Sydney, Australia, a video shows Black singing Happy Birthday to Gas on stage as a birthday cake's being presented to him. And Black tells him to make a wish. With that, his bandmate waits a few seconds and says, "Don't miss Trump next time," before he blew out the candles. Black says thank you. Now, it sounds on one clip as though the audience reaction was mostly laughter and applause. One crowd member remarked, you could hear a couple of oohs like, nah, too soon for that. But the vast majority, he said, was laughter. The outlet said numerous fans praised his comment, while others criticized the bad joke, which I guess for him it probably wasn't a joke. Comments under the video noted, mostly decidedly negative. One says, "Wow, F those guys." Another said, "That's disgusting. Jack Black, you support assassination attempts?" Another said, I don't care when Jack Black endorsed Biden. He can have that opinion. This is too far, though. I hope he apologizes. Another said, they say Trump is bad, but these people are real evil people. Even an Australian senator demanded the deportation of Tenacious D. According to Deadline, they said that Black's band had another week of concerts in Australia slated and were scheduled to venture to New Zealand next. Tenacious D also was to embark on a U.S. tour this October. From Deadline, it says Black is vocal in his support of the Democrats. Back on June 7th, at a mega fundraiser in DTLA, a Stars and Stripes overalls wearing Jack Black gave a full-throated endorsement to the incumbent, Joe Biden. When the president wins in November, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a shout-out to his victory speech for what I gave him up here. Speaking to the crowd at the Peacock Theater, because when democracy is at stake, Jack Black answers the call. Mr. President, you're welcome. And, of course, so he's a big supporter of Biden, but with that, tour is canceled. But there is no shortage of individuals out there citing that sort of thing. Hey, Pappy, I do kind of remember that. He said, do you remember about a year ago when I told Bongino, or I told you that Dan Bongino would read questions from some of his listeners? And he actually read one of mine on the air on his podcast. My question to him was, if Trump is reelected, would you take a position as maybe director of the Secret Service? And his response was, I have to really think really hard about that, but I probably would, he said. Very interesting. All right, Gilligan checks in here on a hump day. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Did I hear Rambler right to say if you're going to call into this show, you need to act intelligent?
Well, he did say act.
He's talking about the Lord or... Yeah, okay, because unless he's talking about the Lord or Hot Shot Secret, he gets out there on a limb sometimes. I guess he tries. Oh, well, I guess we all do. Hey, Steve, I've been here. I go back to listen to the show. I've been off the last 2 nights. And all the criticism of the Secret Service, and definitely there's gaps in that security like there's no tomorrow. Sorry, Philip. I believe you're totally wrong with your assessment. I heard your assessment. I believe it was Monday morning. But there's no way a roof within range of that podium should have been left unattended like that. Absolutely not. Now, as far as the shot, Dad, I would never shoot another human being unless it was self-defense. A 130-yard shot is not that far. I mean, I think Scarecrow touched on it. I've shot deer, not shot at, actually shot deer in excess of 300 yards. Now, I'm a fairly decent shot. I mean, I don't have the steady hand I used to have. I'm not quite as good a shot, but a couple of years ago I was shooting milk jugs at 175 yards, so I was still a fairly accurate shot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as this shooter is talking about how he couldn't make the rifle team, and he was 20 feet off, I tell you what, that's pretty bad. I don't know what distance they were shooting, so that's another thing. If you're talking 50 yards, that's unbelievably inaccurate. But if you're talking 300 yards, yeah, that's really bad inaccurate, but there's a lot of space around your target. You know, the farther out you go, the smaller your target gets. The Scarecrow brought up the difference between iron sights and with a scope. And the scope on a rifle, it is totally different. I mean, put the crosshairs where you want the bullet to go, squeeze the trigger, you know. I mean, I used to shoot corners at 100 yards and sit there and shoot them all day, but like I said, my steady hand, it's not as steady as it used to be. Breath control, you know, not jerk the trigger, slightly squeeze, you know, has a lot to do with that. But when you're on iron sights, getting them perfectly aligned and on your target. When I joined the Army, I'd never used peep sights, and I had a little bit of trouble adjusting to that. But, you know, I qualified well with an M16 when I went through basic training. Now, I'm going to touch on something else. Somebody brought up earlier in the show that there's something about nobody's invited to your place for this Labor Day party.
Right.
Ourselves. Well, I have you know, I was talking to Charlie, who talked to Wright, that talked to Heatwave, and he says we was all invited. So what are you doing, withdrawing the invitation? Also, I'm going to offer my services. GMA B&S Enterprises will offer security for the party. We will put Scarecrow on your roof with a heavy-duty water blaster just in case anybody gets out of hand. I'm sure we can get Scarecrow be up to the task. So, you know, we'll provide transportation, even entertainment. I've got Bambi Dovetail lined up for the men, so she can, you know, do her little thing. And for the ladies out there, I'll have you know I'll be driving the bus and I'll be wearing my mankini, so the ladies will get a good view also. So I hope everybody has a safe night and take care, everyone.
Downright scary, huh? No mankinis. What was the word after the age of 30? Let me see. Moving on. X. Elon Musk's social media platform X. And his rocket company SpaceX are going to move their headquarters from Texas to California, according to Elon this past day, who controls both companies, obviously. He says a new California law that forbids school districts from requiring teachers to notify parents when a child changes gender identity or sexual orientation is the last straw. One reason for the move. Because of this law and the many others that preceded it, attacking both families and companies. As he explained his decision, Musk in February moved SpaceX's incorporation from Delaware to Texas after a Delaware judge invalidated his $56 billion compensation plan at his electric vehicle company, Tesla. Now, SpaceX has a sprawling headquarters just outside Los Angeles, where employees build and test rocket engine components, as well as spacecraft and satellites. Now, of course, back in 2021, he moved the Tesla headquarters to Texas. California at this point still remains the engineering hub there. The move out of California comes days after the CEO of Tesla publicly endorsed Donald Trump in the U.S. presidential race. And, of course, that is Elon Musk. Back to your calls right after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me jump down to Scrapyard. I think he's got an update. Something going on out there in the highways and byways. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, nothing much and too much all at the same time. Mile marker 6540 westbound in Arkansas. They got a rollover. It looks like it's multiple vehicles. A lot of cherries and berries going on out there, and just having to get over into the hammer lane and straddle onto the shoulder to get around it at that point in time. But there was a lot going on down there, and I almost got killed Sunday. So anybody up on I-49, pay heed in Arkansas. Somebody has been throwing stuff off of overpasses. I was not the only one injured last Sunday night. Ended up in the ER in Fort Smith. Someone threw a block of ice through my windshield, mile marker 21 Column Lane on 49 North, just as when you get off of 40. Ended up with glass in my eyes, had to go through several procedures to get it out. And so much glass stuck into my arms and in my belly and the whole 9 yards. It looked like a mangy pup. It was pretty bad, but unfortunately the other driver, the state trooper was talking to me and came over his radio that driver had 3 major lacerations to his head.
Wow.
And don't know if the driver made it or not, but I posted it on that page, Truckers of Past, Present, and Future on there. And come to find out that's getting quite prevalent. But yeah, Sunday evening and all that, the state trooper not commending me for not crashing a truck. The whole windshield was just spider webbed up, and I'm driving the same truck. They put a windshield in it, but they didn't clean the glass out of the darn thing, so I can't even run the air conditioner for fear of stirring it up.
Well, I guess summertime, hot summer nights, kids are out of school, mischief, and this is the time of year you got to watch for that kind of stuff. Yeah.
But the trooper said it's still an ongoing investigation and all that, but because it happened on the interstate and with injury, it's now an attempted murder charge.
Wow.
So they take it very seriously down here, and because it happened on a federal, an interstate system to a federal motor carrier vehicle and all that, it's not going to be nice for whoever it is if and when they get caught.
Yeah, if and when. That's the thing. It's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt, right? Hurt or killed, no less. All right, who we got on board? Is that, it might be Vic. Is that Vic?
Yeah, this is Vic, Steve. Real quick before we get started, I sent you an email today about the glossary of legal terms associated with transportation. Did you get that?
I did.
Okay or not?
I did, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was kind of that originally came from Lexology. That law firm had posted that on there, and someone at that law firm had put in a lot of work. I'm pretty sure you didn't look at all 26 pages of it, but I just kind of scanned through it a little bit, but she had put together a chart and all the different federal laws that pertain to transportation in general, and of course, primarily what they're just with the trucking thing. And one of the reasons I sent that was because of the lawfare that was all around Trump, and that people that run these large businesses like him and the intermodal people, they have to look at all those different laws, and then they have to figure out how to make bookkeeping entries. And that whole deal was, they said that Trump tried to hide something to what was it, because of his run for election. I believe that's the Bragg case where they have the 34 felonies. I mean, this lawfare is so ridiculous. I don't even know who came up with that. And then, of course, the crowning jewel there was whenever this Judge Eileen Cannon dismissed the Jack Smith case, and what's his name, Schumer. He just about flipped out over that. Mm-hmm. But one of Trump's lawyers had done a good job of really, going down all the different rabbit holes of how this was all supposed to came about, the special prosecutor and everything. So I don't think Schumer will have much luck. And the whole thing there back with the porn star and all that, I think that came about at a golf tourney, and they had porn stars, models or something. Whenever they would get to each hole, they would have refreshments or something, who knows what. But by and large, I would suspect every one of those people that porn stars, models, or whatever, they probably had to sign a non-disclosure agreement to even get the gig in the first place. So, I mean, the whole thing there was looking at all this. Very few people. I mean, I try to follow up on a lot of this legal stuff because, I pretty much had to a long time ago, but I don't have to anymore. But I just had a habit of doing that. But most people, they're going to listen to a third, fourth, or fifth interpretation of the laws, and it really isn't all that easy. And I was amazed. You were talking about that California AB 5. If you look in there, you'll see a thing that says in federal law that sometimes independent contractors are considered employees when they're when they're actually driving the vehicle, and that kind of like, how can that be? I didn't look at it too much, but there's just so many different things and so many laws that pertains to everything, not just transportation, but definitely the trucking thing. That they have a lot of laws, and there's ocean carriers, intermodal, and all that. So that was why I sent that to you, because I knew you wouldn't have time to look at it. But it was more just 26 pages of regulations, and that was even reduced, I guess, by the paralegal or someone that created that chart. I mean, that's just the type of world that we live in today, and that's why I think in Donald Trump's first administration, he said he was going to take a long, hard look at all these regulations and try to get them to reduce down or to just very few. Well, I think if they brought up a new regulation, that we're going to have to give up another one or maybe two. I don't know. So there can definitely be a whole lot of streamlining of federal government. And that's the other thing I was going to mention was this deal with the Secret Service. You see, the Secret Service, if you go back and look, they were in the Treasury Department for years. And then after 9/11 in 2003, when they created Department of Homeland Security, and they shuffled all these different agencies, that's whenever they started, moved the Secret Service over to the Department of Homeland Security. So I didn't follow the reasoning, and I wasn't too fond back then. After 9/11, it's like you just had a terrorist attack. I think you need to leave all the different agencies in place so that people know each other and they function better and everything else. You don't go turn the whole federal government upside down, which was kind of the way I looked at it at that time. So they did, and it's 20-some years later now, and I would think by now they would have everything pretty well seamless, but they've been having trouble with the Secret Service, I guess, for some time now on different issues. And the whole deal there with the Trump rally and him getting shot, the first thing I noticed, because I was watching that, live, and the first thing that I noticed was, where are the glasses, the bulletproof glass around that podium? Because, usually whenever someone of renown would speak in a public forum, they'd have those bulletproof glasses set up to where it would be very hard for a shooter to get an ankle. And then they came out, and whenever they finally identified the person, when they finally identified the shooter, and other people talked a little bit about him, from a Nicholas Time psychology here, people such as him, as what little bit I read about it, they vary from one extreme group to another. They're looking for acceptance and
trying to make a name for himself, maybe. Hey, we got more details about that guy, so hold on there. We got to come back after the news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Former US Ambassador to the UN and Donald Trump's last standing primary challenger, Nikki Haley, has formally endorsed the former president in a speech at the Republican National Convention. Another of Mr. Trump's former rivals, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, roused the Republican delegates as he also voiced his full support. Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
Nikki Haley frequently criticised Donald Trump on the campaign trail, describing him as unhinged and chaotic. But as he watched, she told the convention hall that had changed, projecting a unified party.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Ron DeSantis' hard right talking points may not have been enough for him to beat Trump to the nomination, but they received a much stronger response from the crowd than Haley's talk of unity. The night's theme, Make America Safe Once Again, put a spotlight on border security. Delegates also heard from everyday Americans whose lives had been affected by crime. Kate Fisher, Washington.
6 people have died and hundreds have been injured after mass protests by students in Bangladesh turned violent. Protesting students want the government to end a decades-old quota system for families of veterans who fought in Bangladesh's War of Independence in 1971. Neha Punia reports.
Protesters say they will hold a procession on Wednesday to condemn the deaths of students and have asked more demonstrators to join their march. Bangladesh's Education Ministry says as a precaution all universities, colleges and secondary schools will stay shut in the country till further notice. Students have been protesting for days now, condemning a court's decision to reinstate a quota system for government jobs. The affirmative action was scrapped in 2018 after widespread protests, but was recently brought back. Angry protesters say it is impacting their ability to win government jobs, and they've questioned the transparency of the system. Neha Punia, New Delhi.
The UK's new Labour government is setting out legislative plans it says will take the brakes off Britain. It's unveiling dozens of bills in Wednesday's state opening of Parliament with a major focus on the economy. The opposition Conservatives say they will hold the government to account over its promises. Government Minister Lisa Nandy says pledges made in the election campaign will be followed through.
We fully intend to make good on our promises and our commitments. Every single thing that we put in our manifesto, we've costed, we know we can deliver, and we are going to deliver.
Japan's completed a 7th round of treated nuclear water discharge from the crippled power plant at Fukushima. It began slowly releasing more than 1 million tonnes of water used to cool fuel inside the wrecked nuclear reactors in August of last year. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Thai police are investigating the deaths of 6 foreign nationals whose bodies were found in a room at a hotel in Bangkok on Tuesday. Authorities are looking for a 7th person in connection with the incident. Laura Westbrook reports.
Police said that 6 people who are of Vietnamese descent with 2 carrying US passports had checked into Bangkok's Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel over the weekend. They were found dead inside one room. Police said they did not show signs of physical violence and were exploring the possibility that they were poisoned. Cups with white powder were located in the room. The US State Department said it was closely monitoring the situation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Senior US Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty of 16 counts he faced in a federal corruption trial. Menendez was accused of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for using his political influence to benefit foreign governments. Mitch McCann reports.
During the 9-week trial, prosecutors said that Bob Menendez and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. They said that they were payments for the couple's participation in various bribery schemes involving 3 businessmen. In exchange for the cash and gifts, they said that Menendez helped steer billions of dollars in aid to Egypt and sought to interfere in criminal investigations involving 2 of the other businessmen involved, among other allegations. When prosecutors raided the Menendez home in 2022, they found more than a dozen gold bars, $500,000 in cash and a Mercedes-Benz car. Menendez's lawyers claimed there was no evidence that the cash or gold bars were bribes as opposed to being gifts. The 70-year-old, who is running for re-election to the Senate, could be jailed for the rest of his life at his sentencing in late October. Mitch McCann, New York.
You can find lots more of our reporting at our Facebook page. Search Feature Story News. That's the latest Feature Story News. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get our final hour underway here. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Scarecrow is on board. He'll be coming up next. I just came across this from the Western Journal, which is a conservative news outlet, but a very reputable news outlet. I get a lot of news from the Western Journal doing my nightly show prep here. And the more we learn with each passing day about how things unfolded on Saturday, the more it just really makes you think there may be more to the story than just an individual, Thomas Crooks. They're reporting that Thomas was spotted by security as a person of interest at Trump's rally long before he fired the bullet that killed a spectator and wounded Trump and two others. According to the new report, earlier in the day, he went through Secret Service security with his rangefinder and scoped out the snipers who spotted him and said they need to keep an eye on him. This is from Newsbusters journalist Curtis Hawk. He says he went into work at a nursing home and asked off for Saturday, but told coworkers he'd see him on Sunday. Detonators for the explosives in his car were found on him on the roof with 3 fully loaded magazines of nearly 100 rounds and a bulletproof vest. Hawk posted a video of CNN's John Miller summing up what he learned about Crooks' activities before shots were ever fired. He reports when he got to the fairgrounds where this rally was being held for Donald Trump, the first thing that put him on the radar of security people is near the magnetometer area where they're screening people in. He's carrying in his hand a rangefinder. It's a device that looks like a small pair of binoculars, but it's used by shooters to measure the distance when they're setting up a long-distance shot, Miller says. Now, because he didn't have a weapon, that would not have prevented him from going through security, but they did flag, what does he have in his hand? What does he have this in his hand for? At that point, they told people to keep an eye on this guy. But then he left the secure area, the staging area, and he doesn't turn up again for some time until the crowd says, hey, there's a guy crawling on the roof, and it appears he has a rifle. Miller said there was what he called an eerie moment when Crooks was taking the rangefinder and looking through it at the counter sniper positions. And one of the counter sniper positions is looking at him through the scope. At this point, there's not a gun in the picture, as I understand it, but they're saying he's looking at us, looking at him. Miller noted that Crooks' car contained 2 remote-controlled IEDs, remote-controlled bombs, in the car. the remote controls for these devices found on his person on the roof. Adding that authorities also found, again, 3 fully loaded magazines, nearly 100 rounds, a bulletproof vest. So it raises the question, did he expect to escape from this? And if so, what was all that intended for? They did report earlier Saturday Crooks purchased a 5-foot ladder and 50 rounds of ammunition, again, according to CNN. At some point, Crooks is believed to have used that ladder to reach the roof, where he would later fire at Trump. The Secret Service has been trying to say security for Saturday was not their job alone. As the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, has said local police were inside the building from which the shooter fired, and it was the job of local police to secure that particular building. There was local police in that building, and there was local police in the area that were responsible for the outer perimeter of the building. That was her comments. But so it sounds like, yeah, dude had been kind of on the radar as a suspicious character all afternoon before the shots rang out. Just kind of adds to the conspiracy theory field, doesn't it? All right, Scarecrow, what's going on?
Well, the whole big world out here, Steve. There's a whole lot going on. Now that my services have been volunteered for crowd control at that little gathering you're planning there, Bud, I really only have one mandate here. If I'm going to be planted up on that roof dealing with crowd control, I'll be expected to have a cooler with a bunch of aiming fluid there, Steve. And since I understand there's going to be a number of girls in attendance, I'll be sure to replenish that water blaster with that ice water from that cooler there. You're welcome. You're conversation.
You may be somewhat disappointed. I mean, we've incorporated the inbred redneck to bring in the showgirls, and you realize he is a big fan of them. I don't know, what do you say, big-legged women, if you know what I mean?
Oh, there's Steve, these are details that you've got to be forthcoming with. Hey, I haven't signed on the bottom line yet here, but oh man, we're going to be dwelling on this one here. Well, regardless, moving on here. That's another one of those rest of the story things there.
Right.
The colonoscopy thing there. Now, yes, I did have one recently, but you know it's a whole mind over matter thing, Steve. I mean, you're out of it. Most everybody is anyway. You don't know what's taking place, and the toughest part is swallowing that swill that they give you.
That's the biggest part. That makes me want to barf, man. I mean, I have a hard time getting it down, and of course the thrill of sitting on the commode for how many hours?
Well, I had heard that there is another process where you only take like about a quart of that, and I brought that up with my physician, and no, they didn't go that route, so I had to do the whole jug. But I guess I added a couple packets of, I think, Weiler's lemonade mix or something like that, but that makes it more doable, and make sure you keep it cold. Once that starts warming up, it's not so doable anymore then. But it's kind of interesting, though. I spoke with my brother-in-law. Now, he's had 4 of them, I believe, and he has chosen not to. And they questioned him about that. He said, no. He says, no doctor allows themselves to be put under when they have a colonoscopy. So now whether the reasoning is that they can go right back to work, that might be the thing there, versus, when you or I do it, if we go under, we have to have somebody to drive us home and all. So, but back to my brother-in-law there, he said the toughest part is when he referenced it as when they go around the corner. Whatever that exactly means, but he said that was a slightly uncomfortable feeling at that point. But no, he's chosen not to.
Wow.
And he says, well, if it's good enough for the physicians, it's good enough for him. So that's something to think about if you don't want to do that juice. You be sure to take notes and report back on how that goes. Rambler. Yeah, maybe either tonight. Probably not tonight, but tomorrow night or on Friday's program. Want to hear how that oil pan stripped out drain plug deal is going for you there. With any luck, you said you couldn't get the plug out. I'm guessing since that's an aluminum pan, I'm guessing there's some aluminum that's kind of clinging to the threads, and it's kind of built up a little bit of a shoulder where it's hanging up in the pan that you can't get it, pulled out. But the pan itself, you can get a new OEM pan for under $200, but you're taking to a shop, that'll run the price well up on that. The 4-wheel drive like that way, you got cross members and probably one of the CV shafts and the rack for your steering. And so either way, I'm curious how you're doing on that. Report back there, man. Steve, you heard of the big dog being in the doghouse? Well, I'm undecided if I'm in the doghouse here yet. This started out Monday evening. Now, I'll preface this by saying yesterday I heard maybe 7 or 8 words from my bride. And that's as much conversation as there was yesterday. Well, moving back to Monday, I was speaking to her about whatever. It doesn't matter what I was telling her, but she piped in and started in with something, so I raised my voice and kept on talking. Now, when you're in a long-term relationship, Steve, you learn it's best to keep your mouth, lips closed at times. Just suck it up and, to maintain the peace. Well, as I say, I raised my voice, I kept on talking, and, she stopped and pursed her lips and then asked me why I'm yelling at her. And it kind of went downhill from there, Steve. I should have pursed my lips and turned around. Well, I said, well, honey, you're interrupting me, and I was trying to tell you something. And now this isn't the first time this has happened, Steve, but I've just let it go. But she got real quiet at that moment, and, well, I should have left it alone, Steve, but then I brought up about how she comes by it honestly, that her dad was frequently do that when we were in conversation. And, well, I went to take my evening nap after that, and when I got up yesterday, she came home from work, and I think we kind of nodded in passing. As I say, there was about a half dozen words that exchanged through the entire, supper time meal and all. So I don't know where I'm going to be sitting on this. This is more another rest of the story thing here. But anyway, moving forward, I don't know what Pappy reported on as far as Bongino goes, on today's program. But yesterday, he had a kind of a bonus edition where he had interviewed and had Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr. as guests, and it was challenging listening when you got 3 of them trying to talk at the same time and kind of get lost in what the heck they're trying to talk about. I don't think I've ever heard, Trump Jr. speak before. I mean, he he's a talker, Steve. He has politician written all over him.
Mm-hmm.
But so that was kind of interesting. But and then after I listened to that I went back to his regular program, and this is all from Milwaukee now. So, but yeah, he's berating the Secret Service to no end, and that director of theirs, she is certainly in full on job preservation mode. There was that idea of that it'd be dangerous for them to be on that roof.
Right.
Well, if that roof had any shallower pitch, it'd be a flat roof. I doubt it's more than about a 1.5 to 12 pitch on that thing. It brought to mind Stewie in high school when he was doing cross country, running down a hill, and he tripped. He did a complete 360 somersault, and boom, came right back up and right back into stride. The idea that somebody's going to slide off that roof is ridiculous, But either way, Bongino, he's reaching out to as his fellow Secret Service agents and such, that he's hoping for some whistleblowers to come forward, Steve, and fess up and just let the world know what is really taking place, because that was a total disaster. What we saw play out in real life there, and I do kind of take back what I had said about the agents at the moment of the shooting. I mean, they were up on the stage, just snap of your hat, snap of your fingers and such. But after that, it was almost comical, the way it proceeded. And as Bongino noted, you can't have agents, 5'5" agents providing body protection for someone that stands 6'3" tall. Trump's a pretty robust individual. It takes some good sized bodies to throw up a shield around him. They, as he said, the service, they have to rethink some of their hiring practices and this whole equity thing about you got to provide X number of females for the given job. Well, I guess as long as they can do it and then what's required, but as he stated, that individual better be able to carry the person that they are protecting. And so yeah, we are going to be hearing changes coming for quite some time to come here. But if you said, I guess I missed that part earlier, but you said Pappy noted that the question came up about Bongino, possibly joining the service again as heading it up. That would be truly interesting. But so that's a mouthful and a half here. I can't. If I had anything else, why it just totally escapes me now here.
Well, anxiously anticipate the rest of the story, and I would presume maybe the wife was just making sure she didn't interrupt you yesterday. You think?
Well, when I questioned her, she said, "Oh, my head hurts." Well, the thought was maybe that tumor is actually bothering her, but I think if that were the case, she'd have been talking more about it. So no, I think I was the thing that's hurting her, and it's probably more in the keister than in the head. So we'll take notes and report back.
There you go. Thank you very much, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. Well, there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 72 degrees, Carthage, Missouri. I'm hanging out at the Weiss compound with the hot blonde wife while my powerful chrome-plated cow truck gets some tender love and care at the Joplin Peterbilt. It'll come out of the shop stronger, faster, and even better looking. Well, Steve, I'm up now, so I'll be streaming the last hour of the overnight drive through my overly large Vizio smart television. A special MAGA 2024 shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Maple Leaf City. All right, Rick's been on board there for a bit in Columbus, Ohio. Good morning, Rick. Good to have you with us as well. And hello to Gary. And if I missed anybody in the last little bit, I apologize. Coming up, let's see, news break just a few minutes away. Lines available at 844-844-3388. A lot of things that start, oftentimes it'll be whether it's California or, say, Europe, oftentimes ends up in our world. It's just a matter of time in most cases. Word is all cars will now have to be fitted with speed-limiting artificial intelligence technology due to the new European Union rules. The new gadget can, in some cases, slow your vehicle down if it catches you breaking the speed limit. Intelligence Speed Assistance, known as ISA systems, have become a legal requirement for motorers across the European Union as a law passed 2 years ago came into effect on July the 7th. ISAs make use of artificial intelligence, GPS data, and even onboard cameras to assess your speed in real time as you're driving along. The system will then intervene if you go above the speed limit. For example, the system can assess things like road markings to determine whether you are in a 20 or 30 mile per hour zone. From there are 3 types of ISA which firms can opt to install, each offering different levels of intervention. First of all, informative ISAs only result in a warning message and maybe a beep or a sound to alert the driver that you're breaking the limit. One level up from that is the supportive ISA, which works by increasing the upward force on the accelerator pedal to try and make it harder for drivers to speed up. Finally, the intervening ISAs, the most active, with the system actually slowing your vehicle down, whether you want it to or not, until you go back under the speed limit. Officials have emphasized that for safety, this would be achieved by temporarily shutting off part or all of the engine and will not result in a sudden application of the brakes. The law is now in force in all European Union member states. There's a loophole for the Brits, though. The UK has opted out of the law under the post-Brexit agreement with the bloc, meaning that ISAs will not be legally required on British roads. All cars here will, in effect, have to have them fitted, as it's too complicated and expensive for manufacturers to design cars separately for the European Union versus the UK markets. But drivers in Great Britain will be able to turn the system off or override it by continuing to press the accelerator.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunton in Mumbai. United States security authorities obtained intelligence in recent weeks of a plot by Iran to try to assassinate Donald Trump. There is, however, no confirmed connection to the man who attempted to kill the former president on Saturday. Benji Hire reports.
A hostile threat from any foreign government would be alarming at any time. But that it's been disclosed now in a CNN exclusive shortly after an actual assassination attempt, well, that is extraordinary. Especially when you consider this. The Secret Service was made aware of the plot before the weekend's shooting and had actually increased security around Donald Trump in light of the intelligence. Iran has repeatedly vowed revenge for one of the first acts of Trump's presidency, the US military's killing of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Iranian military's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in January 2020. Penjihaya, Washington.
Thai police are investigating the deaths of 6 foreign nationals whose bodies were found in a room at an upmarket hotel in Bangkok on Tuesday. Authorities are looking for a 7th person in connection with the incident. Laura Westbrook has more.
Police said that 6 people who are of Vietnamese descent with 2 carrying US passports had checked into Bangkok's Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel over the weekend. They were found dead inside one room. Police said they did not show signs of physical violence and were exploring the possibility that they were poisoned. Cups with white powder were located in the room. The US State Department said it was closely monitoring the situation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Japan has completed a 7th round of treated nuclear water discharge from the crippled power plant at Fukushima. It began slowly releasing more than 1 million tons of water used to cool fuel inside the wrecked nuclear reactors in August last year. Chris Gilbert reports.
Another 7,800 tons of nuclear wastewater, treated to strip it of radioactive elements, has been trickled into the Pacific Ocean in this latest discharge, which began in late June. While it's the 7th release in total since the project began last year, it's only the 3rd for the fiscal year 2024, with at least 4 more coming. Before discharge, the contaminated water is passed through an advanced liquid processing system called ALPS that removes most radionuclides, apart from tritium, which cannot be separated from water. So it's diluted with 1,000 times as much seawater before being released. The project is being monitored by the UN watchdog, the IAEA, but it has raised the ire of many countries, including China, which maintains a blanket ban on all Japanese seafood imports. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
It's one final week before the long home stretch of the Grand National season, but 15 weekend champions are still basking in that Dairyland glow, so there's lots to discuss as we prepare to climb Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. One more week until the Grand National Circuit resumes in Chapel Hill, Tennessee for the Lions Super Bowl of the South on Friday and Saturday, July 19th and 20th. It's LionsSuperPoll.com for info and tickets and NTPAPULL.com for all the rest. So to get you geared back up for the remainder of the GN season, let's take our long-delayed leisurely stroll down Victory Lane for the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin, now 3 weeks hence. In light superstock, Cody Cheezick captured both his first win in the division and the weekend title with excessive force. Bryce Pickler continued Red Thunder's streak of at least one win in Tomah. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, 2023's early season titans were at it again. Colin Ross's triple bypass won on Friday, while defending champ Kent Payne's Super Rooster was victorious on Saturday and claimed the weekend. In Superstock Open, John Strickland made a lot of progress in turning his season around. He had a sweep with a get a load of that too, Alki Agco. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, score a second one for the orange paint as Braden Schrammik's Youngblood showed it still has that championship pedigree with a Saturday night win. In CM Pulling Tires two-wheel drive, 7-time champion Jesse Petro dodged both the bullets and the raindrops to earn the weekend championship with a second and a third. Class winners were Jason Sullivan's Corn Burner and John Hunt's Tads. In four-wheel drive, Ike Zering crossed one off his bucket list on Friday, and then Rob Foster adopted a winning strategy on Saturday with Foster Child, while Zering's 7th sealed the weekend. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's Angry Shine took the only hook on Saturday after rain struck Friday night. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, it was the same story for RJ Simon and Drivers Wanted, which won the weekend on just one pass. In Modified Mini, Jeff Hurt brought the pain with Lil Bear on Thursday, but you can only hope to contain Grant Theobald for so long, and true to form, his Lil Wicked won again on Saturday. The pair each posted a 1st and 7th, and Theobald won the weekend on distance. In GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified, there is boundless enthusiasm for the new Limitless entry of Brent Payne after its victory in the lone surviving class on Saturday. In Modified, Bill Leichner is on a mission. His Dirt Slinger mudded its way to a 1st and a 2nd behind only 23 titleist Brandon Simon and Simon Says, and thus he hauled home the Tomah Class Trophy. And in Unlimited, Brad Benedict's nonsense made it worth the trip from Central Ohio for just one Saturday night hook. It's Diesel Supers, Pro Stocks, 4-wheelers, Minis, and Unlimiteds both Friday and Saturday in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Visit ntpapull.com for rosters and lineups ahead of the poll and results and points afterward. And if you can't be there in person in Middle Tennessee, fullpoll.live is your source for the broadcast. Elsewhere on the Region 2 Tour, it's a pair of Tuesday polls in Hartford, Michigan and Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Then Saturday in Springfield, Ohio, and Sunday in Adrian, Michigan. ntpapull.com for the complete schedule. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Appreciate the update. Here on a Wednesday Hump Day. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. I think Eagle wanted to chime in. Are you still with us there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here, brother. Yeah, Steve. I want to make one more comment tonight about these people. I read some stories on the internet. I don't know if you heard it too. About even a police officer. I think it was Dallas, Steve. Police officer in Dallas after the shooting of Trump on Saturday. You would think a police officer would be smarter than that, Steve. These individuals that are going on Facebook and X and these other social channels and putting on there that the shooter don't miss next time. Mm-hmm. He should have got some shooting lessons. How stupid can you be, Steve, to go on the internet and put something like that on the internet, saying that you wish something bad to happen to Donald Trump? As far as I'm concerned, I think those people should get in trouble with the law, Steve. Cause, that's a form of I don't know what word to use for it, but cyberbullying. But there's no excuse for people to put that type of stuff. If you have a problem with Donald Trump, hey, that's your deal. But for you to come on the internet, for people to come on the internet and put these type of things on there, it's just ridiculous. And you would think people would be smarter. And like I said, I've read about several people losing their jobs over the last couple of days. And this just happened in Dallas. This police officer got suspended. I don't know, you might want to be able to look it up. But yeah, he put that on the internet that he wished the shooter needs to take some shooting lessons and he won't miss next time. You know, that's just totally unnecessary. If you got an opinion on Trump, hey, that's your deal. But keep it off of the internet. Trump is a human being and a man just like everybody else. And he has a family. And, and one other thing I want to say with you, Steve, before I hang up with you, and that's going back to Trump again on Thursday night on what he might possibly have to say. They claim that they have a newer, nicer Donald Trump, after this shooting, that he's going to be a different person. I hope he doesn't change too much, because that's what drew me to Donald Trump was his personality, the outgoing personality, not taking no trash personality. That's the guy. That's the Donald Trump that I'm used to, and that's the Donald Trump that I know. And I hope that he doesn't lose that, because that's what made him famous was his New York personality. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you very much. There you go. All right, so we've got I got a few minutes left. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The artificial intelligence boom, that's every day, AI. It has had such a profound effect on some of the big tech companies that their energy consumption and with it their carbon emissions have surged, they're telling us. The spectacular success of some of these large language models like ChatGPT has helped fuel this growth in energy demand. At 2.9 watt hours per ChatGPT request, AI queries require about 10 times the electricity of traditional Google queries. According to the Electric Power Research Institute, emerging artificial intelligence capabilities such as audio and video generation are going to add to this energy demand. The energy needs of artificial intelligence are shifting the calculus of energy companies. They're now looking at previously untenable options. Things like restarting a nuclear reactor. There is discussion about restarting the reactor that was not damaged at 3 Mile Island. It's been dormant since the infamous disaster in 1979. Data centers have had continuous growth for decades, but the magnitude of growth in the still young era of large language models has been exceptional, they say. AI requires a lot more computational and data storage resources than the pre-artificial intelligence rate of data center growth. Thanks to AI, the electric grid in many places already near capacity or prone to stability changes is experiencing more pressure than ever before. There's also a substantial lag between computing growth and grid growth. Data centers take 1 or 2 years to build, but adding new power to the grid requires more than 4 years. At a recent report from the Electric Power Research Institute, they lay out just 15 states contain 80% of the data centers in this country. Some states like Virginia, home to what they call Data Center Alley, astonishingly have over 25% of their state electricity consumed by those data centers alone. Similar trends of clustered data center growth in other parts of the world. Ireland has become a data center nation, along with the need to add more power generation to sustain this growth. Nearly all countries have what they call decarbonization goals. That means trying to integrate more renewable energy into the grid, wind and solar. But they are intermittent. The wind doesn't always blow. The sun doesn't always shine. The thought of the cheap, green, scalable energy storage means the grid will face an even bigger problem matching supply with demand. Looks like we're digging a hole here, aren't we? Additional challenges to data center growth include increasing use of water cooling for efficiency, which strains limited freshwater sources. As a result, some communities are pushing back against new data center investments. Electrify everything. And I don't know, somebody had posted a little meme about if you want to go electric everything, why don't we start with our southern border? Electrify the wall, right? Sylvester, hey there.
What's up, brother? How you going, man?
Long
Can you hear
time
me
no
okay?
talk. Yeah, you have a little background noise, but you're okay. What's happening?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm driving. It's raining and almost home. So, yeah, the reason I haven't been calling as much is my schedule at work is during your show. So 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. So I sometimes get the last hour of your show, but I usually don't get out of work until 6:30 my time, which is 6:30 my time, which is 4:30ish your time.
Wow.
So, and then I'm just usually so exhausted, man. So first off, I wanted to touch base. With the whole, I just touch a base what was just said by Eagle. Did you hear what Jack Black and Tenacious D said over here?
I brought that up on the program. Now, Jack Black has canceled the rest of his tour due to that comment made by his bandmate.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were aware of that, but yeah. His birthday wish that don't miss next time.
Yeah. So I will tell you that he was either I don't know if you know the whole story, but he was either going to cancel it or was going to get canceled for them.
Okay.
Because they were getting kicked out of the country.
Yep.
Okay. It was brought to Parliament that in fact a bill had gone through to revoke their visas because of that comment.
Wow.
So that's what was happening. And I will tell you, the majority of Australians like Donald Trump. There's still a lot of people here that are more outspoken that like that. Some of them that like Biden, but the majority of people like Donald Trump over Biden. And that just wasn't going to fly over here. You just don't do that. And the word that Eagle was looking for was incitement. And that actually is a law over here that even on Facebook, if you say something like that and it's referred to as incitement, and it is illegal. And so, over here, people go on, what about the freedom of speech? Hey, you have no freedom of speech in Australia. You do in the States. So in the States, you can't do anything about it. Look, so the freedom of speech in the States says the government will make, or the House will make, or the Congress shall make no law prohibiting the freedom of speech. So, but that doesn't mean that's the freedom of consequences of what you say.
Right.
Now, in the case of people like a police officer, that's just stupid. Like what Eagle was saying, it's just stupid. And you know what? It is stupid. And if you say something like that, you should get your job. You should go on suspension. An investigation should be done. If you said it, you should be given the flick. So, anyway, my son messaged me as soon as we were finding out more about it. And we both still vote. He's a U.S. citizen as well as I am. And I can assure you that there's no way Biden's going to be able to be president now. There's just not a chance. Because the normal American is PO'd that the Biden administration is doing the things that they're doing already. But this just sealed the deal. So, but anyway, look, man, thank you for taking my call, brother. I really appreciate it, especially because I haven't called for so long.
No doubt about it. I hope everything else is going well there, the job doing well and everything. I guess you're in the middle. You're in the dead of winter, correct?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, mate. It's so funny because what's cold over here isn't cold over there. Like right now, it's 55 degrees, right?
Okay.
And raining. And my beautiful bride tonight will say to me how cold it is, and it'll be down inside the house. It'll be 60, 67, maybe 70 degrees. And she'll be telling me how cold it is. So, but yeah, the job's good. So I've had I've gone to a different role, same company, but a different role. I'm actually designing kitchens and stone bench tops and all that kind of thing now, and working with customers doing that now. So. I'm actually going to be transferring probably next year. They're building a new store near where I live. It might be next year. It might be the year after. But I'm here for the long haul. I'm not going anywhere. I've got basically like tenure. So I make really good money. So why would I go elsewhere?
Well, good deal. All right. Well, if you ever get a chance, don't be a stranger, as you know, right? And thank you for checking in.
Right. All right, man. Look, God bless you. God bless all of those who listen. And look, God bless the United States of America. You got to get this republic right. The world depends on it. You got to get it right. You got to get fixed. Anyway, brother, God bless you, man, and you and your family, too, hey?
Thank you very much. All right, Sylvester from the land down under. Kind of wondered if we would ever actually make it official. Hey, horse feathers.
Yay, morning there, Your Honor. So, I just drug my ass out of bed this morning.
Really?
Yeah, no work today. So, we ended up being off last night, so... Stayed up all day yesterday after being out through the night, and so we got a good night's sleep there. So anyways, for everybody out there, before the show ends here real quick, hey, Mike, what day is it?
Yeah.
Still that day, or
we had to wait till the final moments to make it official. Yes, it is hump day, and I can't believe it. It's a midweek already. Boom.
Yes. It's crazy. It just comes and goes and comes and goes and comes and goes. It's like a revolving door or something. But anyway, I hope you all had a good show tonight.
Had a decent show. I mean, when we kicked things off tonight, there were still some decent storms over there in Delaware, New Jersey. Did you get some pretty good storms there yesterday? Or did you sleep through them?
Yeah, buddy, man, yeah, it rained right down good and heavy there. We had some good rain, so grass will probably start growing here a little bit, and we're still supposed to have that front come through here later on today, too, so I'm sure there's more coming. Yep. So, yeah, a few good days of rain is what we've needed here. And I don't know, haven't been out anywhere to see if there's any destruction yet. I see there's some leaves down, and the wind was blowing pretty good. So I don't know. We'll have to see how much really got hurt here when the sun comes up.
Yeah, well, before the precip comes through, it looks like you still got another hot day. I mean, you got heat advisories and
yeah, buddy,
and excessive heat warnings. I guess they are for parts of Delaware, New Jersey, southern Pennsylvania. Hot one.
Yeah, they're still talking triple digit again for today until this front comes through here after the afternoon drive time. So we'll have to see where we're going. We got a couple things to do this morning, and we'll stay up for a little bit of the day, and we'll plan on work for tonight. And so we'll get our nap in and be back at it, hopefully there for the overnight here after the hump day is over.
There you go.
Yeah, we're going to hibernate for the rest of hump day.
All right.
You all have a good day, and we'll chat at you later.
Thanks for checking in and making it official here. So, yes, it is Hump Day. Well, of course, Truck and Phil brought that up. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Going up to 81 today for Fort Wayne, 80 this afternoon in Sterling Heights. There in Michigan, as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again, back to the old grind. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil this morning. So I was talking about the whole speed limiting devices there in the European Union. And several folks brought up some valid points. One of them said, how I wonder how this is going to go over, like in Germany, for people that run the Autobahn. Yeah, I don't know if you're using the artificial intelligence devices, if you're in a place because there's no speed limit, right? I guess the GPS is supposed to, the technology is supposed to know that, hey, you can go however damn fast you want on the Autobahn. So that would work. Pappy then said, well, what if you're trying to escape someone who's trying to kill you? That'd be scary. You can't get away, right? Yeah, all these things that they typically call the unintended consequences. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But the reason I brought that up is because, like I said, so often these laws, rules, regulations that pop up on the other side of the pond oftentimes end up being shoved down our throat before all is said and done, right? All righty, so for over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, so whatever it might be, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's called Staybill Storage. Staybill Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the very same time. If you're going to store that engine, store it the right way with Staybill. And I don't mention it nearly often enough. If you'd like to order online, we can save you money for being a listener to this program. Go to the website goldeagle.com. They're the manufacturer of Staybill. Place your order online and use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, just like you do for your Hot Shot Secret orders. You'll get 15% off your entire order. Again, that would be through goldeagle.com. All right, so there we go. We'll close it out on a hump day, Wednesday morning here. Believe it or not, when we come back to midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll be talking Friday Eve or Thursday, looking toward the weekend. Hope you'll join us right here.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.